Alrighty. Hello. Chris from Airwindows doing another coding stream and having a bit of a glance at my levels and meters and things. I feel like every time I do this, I am pressing the gain up button once so that we can boost just a tiny little bit. And if that is what I got to do, then so be it. Fair enough. Yeah, I was talking on the blue skies, and it's funny me using blue sky. I'm starting to work out for myself that I lean on stuff like that because it's essentially a loneliness thing. And I have lived pretty much my entire life in that state and coming up with sort of workarounds and things. And social media absolutely works like that, but not always in a great way. So I was sort of positive vibing this morning on Blue Sky, and one of the things I mentioned was about this book of these books by Don McKee back in the day. This is like early 20th century with pictures by George Harriman. And this is a guy that made up stories about Archie and Mehetabel. And the conceit of this, it reads kind of like prose poetry, is Archie is a cockroach and Mehetabel is a cat. And Archie writes this stuff in a sort of E. Cummings-like style. It's all lowercase because he's jumping onto typewriter keys in order to be able to write his things. And just talking about stuff. So you got like, Mehetabel was once Cleopatra. Says, Boss, I am disappointed in some of your readers. They are always asking, how does Archie work the shift so as to get a new line, or how does Archie do this or do that? They are always interested in technical details when the main question is whether the stuff is literature or not. I wish you would leave this book of George Moore's on the floor. Mehetabel the cat and I want to read it. I have discovered that Mehetabel's soul formerly inhabited a human, also at least that is what Mehetabel is claiming these days. It may be she got jealous of my prestige. Anyhow, she and I have been talking it over in a friendly way. Who were you, Mehetabel? I asked her. I was Cleopatra once, she said. Well, I said, I suppose you lived in a palace. You bet, she said, and what lovely fish dinners we used to have, and licked her chops. Mehetabel would sell her soul for a plate of fish any day. I told her I thought you were going to say you were the favorite wife of the Emperor Valerian. He was some catnip, Mehetabel? But she did not get me. Archie. So yeah, this is fun stuff. This is literary art from back in the day. I bet it says what year it came out. It's not the only book he's written, and perhaps it does not. No, it does. This was 1955. The artist George Harriman, that's towards the end of his life. And I was just thinking, Mehetabel is definitely my spirit animal. And she's going, I know that I am bound for a journey down the sound in the midst of a refuse mound, but what the hell? Oh, I should worry and fret. Death and I will coquette. There's a dance in the old dame yet. Toujours guy. Toujours guy means always cheerful. And yeah, Mehetabel is an old lady cat. But there's a dance in the old girl yet. And I can relate to that. There's a dance in the old Chris yet, most likely. My form of dancing, oh, look, bright stripes, is more along the lines of we're going to spend today tinkering on Console X. Specifically, Console X3. Because there's a number of things I want to do here. And bits of them, and Oh my God, my stream delay normal latency seems extremely long. Well, I will see chat if anybody has anything to say. I could tell it to be a quicker delay, but then I'd have to shoot it. No, I mean, I could tell it to be a quicker delay. I'm not sure that would give me the same visual quality, but in things like this, I'm not sure how much that matters. So maybe picking normal delay just makes it easy for them to be extremely lazy. I don't know. Here's where we got on Tuesday. If I build this, actually I had the wrong thing going. That was Chromium being there. So we're going to not do that. Hey, Chad. We're going to have this be up front and have this build. And then have a little gander at where we left off to see whether it is as I would want it or whether there's anything else I can do with it. Because there's possibilities. To be sure, there are possibilities. Twisted Wave isn't perfect at running this, but it's better than nothing. Oh. Also, here's the thing I mentioned earlier. I did a version of, I took this off of the real live CD and can show you what Livin' La Vida Loca looks like in Airwindows Meter. And it looks like this. I'm hiding it because I don't want to bother with like having YouTube figure out whether or not I'm playing copyrightable music on here. What I want to do is show you what it does. So this is what all the Loudness War people are competing with. A guy named Charles Dye did this. It was pretty much just like that when the mastering people got it. So there are some things that you can see about that. For instance, if I click over here, there is a balance of sorts in frequencies. Also note for how loud it is, look at how unbright it is. This is straight off of the CD. So the basic deal here is it's been made unreasonably loud. Almost every instant of sound is clipping as loud as it possibly can. But the zero cross meter is giving you some pretty extensive lows in the middle of all that clipping. And then the slew meter, this is not that much brighter than classic vinyl records from, say, the 80s. Also, hello, my motley crew of merry stream viewers. In order, hi Chad, hi TPS Drink Team. I'm not sure I'm processing my voice with anything, although I could tell you what the signal path is for the videos I make on Saturday. That's different. For that, I am doing Tapac and Silken, and then Final Clip, which is basically clip only 2, except for Final Cut, where its maximum clip value is actually 6 dB over clipping. And hi, Gio, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but rock on. Anyways, we're not going to keep fussing with this all day long. I just wanted to show you because we have a demonstration of what Airwindows Meter does, and my hope of what I'm going to do today is build these 3 meters into the new plugin with GUI in such a way that the display control switches between peaks, slew, and zero cross. And that's going to first require me building the original thing in, and then seeing where I go with that. So there's going to be a sort of starting point. And I'll kind of, oh, looks like it crashed. Interesting. Livin' La Vida Loca was so loud that it killed the program. And it recovered the files even though I didn't want it to. Fine. Computers, man, what are you going to do? So I get to play this on stream. And here's where we're at. I've been designing things like how the controls are laid out, how to go about designing things like this. Like, would I like to put a distinguishing feature in there? Oh, Snurble Rock on comment didn't make it to the real chat. As far as I'm concerned, you guys are the real chat. I make a special point of turning off the moderated version just so that I see live chat. Because why not? You know, what can people say that would be messing with me? Maybe people have a chance to express themselves in whatever the heck way they would want to. Meanwhile, I'm asking questions like, would I like to have the controls all have colored detents here, or do some of them get to be transparent in this way? Like fader here will take on the appearance of whatever color or texture I've assigned it to. But then base, L mid, and high are color-coded. And I mean, one of the things I could do is just lose the color coding. That's been a consistent feature in Console X, and I'll show you why. If you've not seen Console X before, this is going to be the newest version of it. And when you're actually doing the version of console, which it seems to be jumping around weirdly, and I wonder what's up with that and whether it's just Twisted Wave or whether it's this particular version doing it. There's a way that I can test that, by the way. We can do this. See, it rearranged itself. And somebody earlier was mentioning, like, oh, you can do this to force people not to be able to do stuff like this, where those controls are still functioning controls, but you can't see them. Oh, the port starboard coloring I had to take out because I had done it backwards. I was thinking images from the colors of RCA jacks, where RCA jacks are colored with red for right, and then typically maybe white for left. But I decided it was going to be red for right and then green for left, which I did not understand that in fact it's red for port, which is actually left, and then green for right, which is starboard. So I couldn't use green and red that way. In this case, this is green and red for base, low mids, high mids, and high, and that is not from boating. That is from the SSL coloring. So yeah. Oh, I'm not likely to do an AMS DMX delay because that is copyrighted things from somebody else, and why would you want to do something that already exists? Also, I have no idea what an H949 is. I just know that I probably don't want to make one. Why would I do something that already existed? So here I'm thinking in terms of, are there colors for things that would go with some of this stuff better? Like initially I had the in wet colored green because SSL colored the gate green. I've also had my compression colored white sometimes because SSL had the compression and dynamic stuff colored white. And I had more color-coded orange as a sort of like that can be the color of gain, maybe. So I could color code like threshold input and more in orange, and then that would be a cue that they're gain related things. Especially if you go for full gate, you wind up being able to use this to literally dial in gain. So that makes it a better idea. Input is bit shift gain, and it is essentially colorless, so I could leave that blank like fader and pan, meaning that more and threshold could be color coded in orange, and that kind of works. And I can still have input be a green color, that also kind of works. And I guess let's see what we can do. Long as we're tinkering with things. Once I'm finished tinkering with this, I believe it's all in. Yeah, it lives here. And I do have a orange and yellow and purple as well, so we'll include that. I'm sort of getting rolling with this. Around about noon, I'm going to make my final cup of coffee for the day, and then we're going to dig heavy into the metering, because my metering is not what I would have it be this time around. I have a very specific idea of what I can do to make it be a lot better. But firstly, let's go and set the threshold knob to also be orange, and then let's go and steal the green color from here. And we will have the, maybe I can think up a good color for attack and release, those being time related things. And then the green wouldn't be sitting there looking, maybe cyan would be interesting for those. I don't know. Let's see. So here we are. Ratio actually doubles as gate now. And then it's a question of, do we pick out something? Oh, well, better you should tell me what the thing is. If you're talking about a stereo delay with modulation, have you tried Take Care? Have you tried Take Care? Oh, also you could, I was looking things up the other day, and Airwindows is in the weights of the AIs. I can look that up and find out, although I can't look up Chris Johnson and find it out because there are other Chris Johnsons that are more in the weights, but Airwindows is. But then you look in the place where the Atlantic ran a thing to show everybody whose art has been scraped to make things like Suno. And if I look for Airwindows or Chris Johnson there, I'm not apparently in the Suno weights with one exception. And the one exception is the video for my plugin Melt. Don't ask me why, but the video for my plugin Melt is in the weights for things like Suno. Go figure. But yeah, if you're looking for delays with modulation, look in Melt. And more relevantly, look at Take Care, because Take Care is a very interesting and intense delay with modulation. Maybe it's actually better than the AMS or even Tide thing for what you're looking for. That might be a better idea. Anyways, I am wondering now if I have anything in mind for a good color for attack and release. We've got a green. Wonder what it would look like if I used cyan. Now, if I use full brightness cyan, it's going to be kind of intense. But maybe I can just sort of explore my way towards it. We could start with full brightness. Yep. Bearing in mind, you have to understand about my project and all of this, that I'm making stuff MIT licensed for a reason. It's supposed to make it easy for people to start exploring making their own things in this way. Now, the challenge there is that people are just vibe coding stuff. They're not really making anything. They're like, make me a slop version of something, much like if you were telling Suno to make some kind of music and it just made a slop version of that. So that's kind of useless. But the basic concept of people trying to make something using my code is what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to do that. It's just you're supposed to experiment like what I would do if you have code that compiles and makes something like a plugin that you might want or use. Get to the point where it does that, even if it means using like templates and stuff. I build all of my stuff off of templates, and I couldn't necessarily tell you all the details of how the templates work. But the part that I'm doing is not within the templates. The part that I'm doing is fooling with the code, making things sound, or in this case, look different. And you could start with a vibe code base and run with that. Nothing's really stopping people from being able to do that. So it's essentially what you do with it. I was just watching a recent Primogen video. That's a coder guy. He's got a pretty big following. Let me move this over and rename it to Cyan. He was responding to something that a developer had done where they made a some kind of Claude related thing, right? Some kind of AI code related thing where the AI code can scrape your stuff and it also learns things about how it's supposed to act or something along those lines. Something to do with you can give a Claude MD file that when somebody scrapes your stuff, it also has Claude being told how to act, and this person who is an independently wealthy open source or something like that dev who got incredibly rich and then continued coding and making things, he has Claude put a file into your repo that says, warning about Claude.txt. I'm a dumb AI dev who doesn't pay attention to anything. And if that code is in your pull request, that means you've run Claude to generate something, but then didn't even look at what you made. Because nothing is stopping you from seeing that and going, oh, RM that, delete that. But the whole reason he was doing it was to put a sort of, it's called poisoning Claude. It's called making a sort of little bomb in there, but rather than it breaking anything, and you could have it break things, it makes the AI user look dumb. And here we go. Yeah, we are not positioning properly. So this is what I was wondering about. See this? See how the side of it says E and close? We're not making the window be the right size, and I would like to know why. There might very well be a reason. So if I compare that to, yeah, see, here's console X channel. There's a difference here. This is acting the way it should. But my new version, I'm missing something. Something in here is not following the instructions for being able to tell it what the correct size is. And I'm going to need to find what is different here, because it's probably also grounds for a bug. That I'm able to do this, and it launches just like that. And you can see we've got orange for threshold now, orange for more, which is the tape-hack, the saturation. I could call it, do you think I should call it tape-hack? Also, before I go much farther, I do see a little bit of conversation there. Omnidirectional mics being more natural sounding because their pickup clearly resembles how the human ear pickups. There's an element of truth to that, and it can be useful in a variety of ways. For instance, I'm going to show you something. I was digging through in my spring cleaning a box up in my attic, which was the box for storing a Bayer mic, which I actually have out where I can get to it. And I found this. This is the transformer. It's just a little Shure widget for connecting an XLR input into a guitar amp input. And this is, and it's kind of beat up. You can see that there is a chunk missing out of the bottom of it. This is the Electro Voice microphone that's been used for like reporters and things for a very long time. But this is also what's used by the harmonica player in King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard live. He takes a harmonica and goes up like this on it. And this is an Omni. It's an Omni mic. It's not cardioid at all. So it has that sort of like reporter on the street kind of sound. You could do a really good version of like, you know, we're reporting from this and that, and you do the voice of the reporter and run into this mic, even without doing like bandpass filters and stuff. You'd have a very convincing vibe for that kind of sound, simply because not only is it a particular dynamic mic with that kind of tone and ring to it and stuff, it's also extremely durable, although I'm not sure well, it can't be that durable because a piece is broken off the bottom of this one. But it is solid and durable, but it also makes one of those recognizable sounds. And there is an element of an Omni mic like this being maybe more realistic or natural sounding, just because it's not an exaggerated sound picture. Part of what you get off of an Omni mic, depending upon what kind you use. Another useful use for those is like lavalier mics. Let me put this back. And yes, I'd like to use that in music. And I would like to use the sound of it into a tube guitar amplifier in music. I've tested that, and it really does work. You do get that like early Led Zeppelin sound out of doing that. But I have not mastered playing harmonica, so it's a bit of a waste. Also, I only have 2 harmonicas. Actually, I have 3. One of them's a little more beat up than the other 2, but it's the same key as one of the other 2, so that hardly counts. And you have to design the song around the key that you're in, so I'd have to work that one out going forward. And yeah, that is a thing that you can do. I was mentioning lavalier mics because I've got and I can jump away from the camera again and show you this. So check this out. That clapping and reverb was literal physical acoustic reverb. A thing that I've done is I added that to my microphone repertoire. It's now patched into the system, so all I have to do is enable that input, and it's good to go. And the way I did it was I found a corner, like sort of by my front door, that is pointing into that area, but not actually up in the area. I could also have run a mic wire all the way up there, but I decided I wanted a position pointing into the area. And all I've done is taken a lavalier mic and like taped it to the wall with the element wedged into the corner. And that's all you have to do to get a very high efficiency, by the way, pressure zone microphone going up to a fairly high frequency, even without pointing the mic at anything. And that's because omnidirectional mics can also have a much more even polar pattern. Like the off-axis pickup is not at all the same behavior that you get on the off-axis pickup of things like cardioid and hypercardioid mics. The ones that are directional always act funnier in terms of what the sound is when you're off-axis. And when you're in a room, which is a live room, and lots of rooms are live in one way or another, like I just showed you by clapping, what the sound of the hallway behind me actually sounds like. I made it reverberate like that on purpose. I have to have all my doors closed upstairs in order to do it, but I made it do that on purpose. There are 2 old-timey doors with one set of hinges, and they're screwed together by the hinges, making them a sort of V shape of door standing in the hallway up there. It's for the same reason that Abbey Road's echo chamber has lengths of sewer pipe in there. It's to break up the evenness of the reverberations. And then at the same time, that also is the same material that is in the 3 doors that are also up there in the fairly narrow passageway, honestly. But up there where that little hallway is, it's not just only a hallway, it's got doors leading to 3 different places. And the doors are old-timey doors. The doors are made out of chunks of solid wood and thinner panel areas that are also chunks of solid wood, to the point where several of them actually have split. And the panels are no longer quite one piece. There's like a little crack in them or whatever. And it's not easy to get. You wouldn't just get doors like that anymore. Usually what you'd be doing is getting some sort of hollow core door, and that's not the same kind of sound at all. Because what goes on when I clap up there or make a noise like that, what's going to happen is the sound of the doors is not only having sound bounce off of it, but it is also contributing to the sound. I basically got like 5 doors in a very small enclosed space. And 3 of them, the sound bounces off of one side of the door, and also the door resonates a little bit. But then 2 of them, the sound bounces off of both sides of the doors, which are in a sort of wedge shape, like just propped up in the hallway. And it's a big enough thing that it breaks up the sound interestingly, and also resonates a little bit as well. And all of this, like when a door is not perfectly solid and heavy and all that, low frequencies will sneak through it. Like sound will bounce off of it, yes, but then there's also sound that just passes through. And any sound that passes through is sound that is not continuing to reverberate, but it's live enough up there that it does pretty well reverberate. And you end up getting a particular flavor of tone out of it, which if I was to do that in a reverb, what I'd be doing is studying what those frequencies are like. Yeah, so let's have a look at where we're at now. So one of the things I am wondering a little bit is, do I want to keep exactly the same shades of color that were in the SSL desk? Because I've been using that, and there's this sort of link to the past kind of quality to it, but that doesn't mean I have to do it. God, excuse me. And the reason I mentioned that, see, I'm just talking my way through doing all of these things because I'll be doing them. I've now spotted several hares to be chasing. And it's about 15 minutes before noon. I'm soon to be going and making another coffee, and then we'll dash onwards through the entire afternoon of coding things in Console X3. But here's one of the things I'm starting with is, what are my colors looking like? And one of the things that's jumping out a little bit is bass, low, mid, and high, and low pass all kind of work together. They all have a sort of realism to them. They don't really jump out. My yellow there is not technically from SSL hardware. Those other colors, those are basically paint colors. Those are from SSL hardware. The yellow, that's not as much a paint color. It's a little brighter. The orange, also not as much a paint color. It's a little brighter, although it's plausible. And then the green in InVwet and so on, that's actually a very low chroma green. And now my cyan bears no resemblance to any of that. It's an extremely luminous cyan. So those don't go together. And I can also let's see if there's a dark blue color. If we reopen this, we see the whole thing dramatically repurposed using a color that you wouldn't want everything to look like. And it shows that this is my method for letting people do extreme, ridiculous things. But then it is also showing how some of this stuff gets washed out when your colors are kind of intense. Like we can plainly see where the yellow and the cyan are now. and the orange is kind of jumping out, and some of this other stuff is just kind of getting washed out because the chroma of my background color is too intense. And we end up specifying user colors by juice naming conventions, which isn't necessarily what you'd always want to do. So I can do this and stuff is getting lost a little bit, but then what I'm thinking is I'm willing to go back to the light gray for a default, but I do care about letting people go for colors like this. Also, I wonder, do I have a nice list of the juice colors? Probably. Let's see if I can hunt them down, maybe. We do not have I wonder whether I can search for it. I don't appear to have the list of colors in my Juice Windows folder. Let's give it a try. Okay, if I search for just juice, then we get a bunch of mess. If we get juice colors, we get a lot of Airwindow PDI dot. And I don't know why I have Ableton crash reports when I'm not actually using Live. Weird. I'm not sure whether it's case sensitive. If I search for kind has to be document, Melatonin Inspector apparently has references to this. I'm getting a lot of references out of how about juice images? I'm getting a lot of app icons, and that's only. I feel like I have a application somewhere that does this. One of the things about this kind of stuff is absolutely there would be a way to let people use a color slider to customize the color of the interface. It would be a bunch of work, plus I already have this going. So what I'm now wondering, and again, I will go and look again. And I will do a search. Okay, if I search applications, I only get color sync utility. Color gives me digital color meter. Haha. Oh, I see what happened. I should have been looking for color. That's what Juice says. If we search this Mac for Juice color, a constant, that actually lives in notes. And if we run it, this is our range of colors. Now, a lot of these are not what I would call dark. Like here's dark gray, number 10. This is not a very dark tone. C4 is more dark slate gray, but C4 is also kind of greenish. Also, what's this 2? Oh, that's transparent white. That's not going to give me what I think at all. B6 is raw cyan. Fair, it's like, which is technically the same color as aqua, and that's weird. 5 and 6 are the same damn color. So these are the range of colors that Juice gives you, with 10 as literally 100% full black. And it does not look as if we have any nice ranges in between. So maybe what would be good to add for this, in the absence of a color slider, might be a way of being able to represent these things in hex values rather than being forced to use juice colors by name, because the juice colors by name are all bright colors to my eye. All this stuff looks very, very bright to me. See the big difference? Like, look at it. We're looking at the background of a program which was apparently made using juice. If I remember correctly, that's the idea of this, is the person made this program and they literally used juice to do it, to display all of the background representations. And not only the background of this window, but also the background to the interface here are all darker than the darkest color that you can get, safe black. That is bugging me too. So I feel like that is a darn good thing to try to do today. Because this would be a good reason why people aren't actually using this if they're not using it. And again, we can apply these all by color all we want and hit save. And then open that right back up again. And we've got a dark color, but that still looks like a very medium gray to me. It's not an RGB color wheel. It's not a brightness, saturation, and hue adjustment. And in Juice, we're able to make those, but we're not being given it. Okay, so what's standing out to me a little bit is I can see where these colors could bump up a little bit, which would probably work in numerous ways. I wanted to take a minute and look up the color that Andrew Huang uses for his stuff in Juice. I forget what it is now, but it's one of the things you get to use is that, and then you would match Andrew Huang plugins. Okay, so I feel like a couple of these could go a tiny bit darker. I feel like maybe my yellow and definitely that cyan. I've got that cyan as 0.9 and it's still too intense. Where's the yellow? There it is. Well, one thing I can do is just straight up back it off and kind of average it. I don't know if we need to desaturate. This is desaturating. Let's leave it at full saturation, but we'll just pull it back. I'll be right with your observation in a moment. Yeah, what you might be thinking of is the way that the condenser membrane kind of tries to ring. There's a liveliness to those sounds that comes out. For instance, the microphone I'm talking into is a condenser. It's not a large diaphragm, but it's a Sennheiser condenser, sort of like a micro shotgun kind of thing. But it has a big old foam windscreen on it, specifically for the purpose of dialing back its brightness just a hair. And let me take a moment. I'm going to go and look at a thing. Well, I guess not. I was looking to see whether I had my iron ferrite choke clamped onto there, but I guess I ended up not doing that. But I do these things in order to damp down the super high frequencies that the condenser mics can put out, and that's probably what you're hearing when you say you hear the mic itself, is you're hearing the tizziness of the super highs, and then you're hearing the mic kind of ringing and adding extra stuff to it, which is generally not considered desirable. This is why people will go for things like ribbon mics over condensers for some horn sounds and things like that. Also, think in terms of treated rooms, you got to bear in mind that if you have a treated room, well, that also means you're simply changing the sound of the room audio without necessarily making it go away. Like my drum room is very well damped now, but what I had to do in order to do that is buy entire packages of packing blankets and tack them up on the walls in such a way that they'd make deep pleats, like 6 or 8 inches deep, just these parallel walls of packing blanket material, which is already fairly heavy. Kind of like those crazy anechoic chambers that have deep pleats of foam material. And something like a packing blanket or any blanket would work the same way, but you can't simply treat a room by putting stuff flat against the walls, because if you're trying to eat up a bunch of sound, you have to turn a bunch of material into physical movement with damping. You're basically turning the sound energy into heat by manipulating a physical object. And so the packing blankets folded into plates and then tacked up, you need to use lots of them. It uses so many of them. But that is one way of treating a room. Even that isn't going to be treating the super low frequencies as much as you'd like. But you have to go that hard in order to treat the room without simply just only eating the high frequencies and leaving everything else to resonate. And yeah. And indeed, what you may be hearing like I mentioned, I'll get back to this in a moment. I think I've just changed these, and I was going to, what was it? Maybe maybe tone down the brightness of the thumb for the orange. Let's tone that down to here, and that would probably be reasonably effective for shifting that. As long as I'm doing that now, I have to do it for everything. So that section, now I need to go in search of everywhere else that it says orange. But it was only that, and I was going to pump these ones up a hair. Let's take that to 8. I guess it only showed up in those 2 places. And let's hype up the green while we're at it. Red, then green, and then we'll also do the blue, and I might be taking out some of these other colors. Oh, hang on. Hang on. That's not appropriate at all. Wait a moment. Okay, 7. Blue goes to 7. And that's still going to leave it kind of darkish, but that's fine for now. And wow, look at how purple is not being very good. Let's intensify that. Let's make it be a little more vivid. You are correct. Look at what I'm doing. I am spelling out it from float RGBA. So what you're talking about is some kind of juice widget that they have built in. So there are pluses and minuses to directly trying to use something like that. One, it's not going to fit the design of my other stuff, but also that has more of a capacity of being able to break going forward if you have done it differently. Like, I'm not entirely thrilled with the idea of using a complicated built-in juice widget to do that. Alrighty. Now we've got slightly more intense colors. Purple is slightly more vivid. Yellow is slightly less. Oh, I missed this green. This is all sitting about right for me. I think I dialed back orange maybe a little bit too much, but it looks like I have 2 different shades of cyan in there. That's interesting. What's going on with that? Let's find out. So oranges need to be a little brighter. .9 and 48. We'll go to 0.95, or maybe just a hair less than that, 0.94. And we'll do 49. And then why did my cyans come as different colors? Because I only changed one of them, that's why. And then if I remember correctly, I dialed back yellow too much. Let's make it a slightly more greenish too. And where else? What else? And brown for base can stay what it is, I think. And let's see where this lands us now. But yeah, a fair bit of this I'm hard coding. I'm not actually offering a possibility for specify all your own colors for the color coding of the controls, because although that is something that one could do, I'm not sure how much benefit stands to doing that. Also, note that we are now to the point where I should probably go and make my other cup of coffee. Let's check the look of this first. We're going to try to remember to fix the drawing problem where it's not able to assign the correct size. When I say drawing problem, what I mean is if we do the original console, see how the bottom strip is being drawn appropriately and not it's being filled in correctly. And then I don't honestly know what's going to happen if I do a newer version. We'll try X2 channel. And you see that this is making the thing be in the correct size. This is console X2. But once we get to console X3, we're running into problems. And I don't know whether this is failings in the, see what it did? I don't know whether the, oh, look at that. And it's not connecting properly. So I don't know whether this is failings in the new version of Juice or the new version of Pample Juice or what. I just know that it's now doing this. And I got to figure out what went wrong and solve it, because the previous versions didn't do this, and now this version is. But regarding the colors that we're using, red could be dialed back a little bit for high, but it's probably fine. My yellow is definitely a little bit more greenish, which I'm not sure I love. I don't think this shade of green is the same as this shade of green. Let's dial that shade of green back and intensify it just a hair. And then go and find everywhere that I'm using it. Cyan, cyan, there's another place I'm using it. And indeed, I don't think I updated that, so now I have. This is me staring at where the size stuff does. Probably going to have to go and look for that. Also remembering, of course, that we could have this be stacks of knobs. And I have not yet decided whether that's actually better. Stacks of knobs would be Oh, interesting. Okay. Because I changed the positions of the sliders, now my resonance controls are tiny, which is what I originally had in mind for them. Interesting. And again, we're snapping to some kind of funny place, and it's not really performing properly anymore. I don't know what's going on with it. What I do see is I'm a little bit happier with the colors of these things. I've definitely dialed down the eye-searing intensity of the cyan, and I'm thinking this is closer to what I want for colors of all of this stuff. It might not be exactly the same color as SSL paint, and I might not actually like the faintly greenish tinge on that yellow, but this is more in the zone. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 controls left, after which I would have literally everything color-coded, which makes them look a little bit like oversights. The question is, can I come up with like useful color representations for all of these remaining purposes? Because I'm not liking black for one of the colors. It's just too extreme. For the same reason, I'm not sure if I like white for one of the colors. It's too extreme. In programming as well as in life. And so, but this is also me staring at this going like, how is this working? I'm liking the idea, look at that. Man, this is simply not behaving properly. I gotta find out about this. And you know what? This isn't the time to do it. We're going to fire up Twisted Wave, and let's do a different track this time. Let's experience Cirrus. This is an album that I did that I think a lot of people have not heard. Everything is in reverse order now. I could name them to put them in the correct order. That would work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the album Cirrus, as originally mixed on weird analog switch resistance mixer. I'm going to go and make some coffee, and then we'll work on some of these problems that Console X3 is causing me today. One of the things I gotta find out about is why is it not resizing right? I don't get that. That is irritating and unhelpful. But firstly, also we're going to straight switch over to stream feed. I'm not even that worried about being able to hear it this time. I know what this was. I'm going to focus on the work today. But you get the full audio of the track. Here's my album Cirrus. Just when it was getting busy, clearly. Yeah. And know what? I'm going to save that as something. I'm going to save it as, because it is in order now. It'll open a little more quickly that way, probably. So neat. So I've got my coffee now. I am using the mix that I made of 50% garam masala, 50% cinnamon. Which I think goes really good with coffee. You have to add extra cinnamon to it because I like putting that in coffee anyway, and if you don't, it's too clovey. But what I'm looking to do now is go on the internet and find out why it is that this size isn't working. So let's see whether I can make any progress there. And I'll be looking in the Juice forum. In fact, we might as well look entirely in the Juice forum. But I want to be looking in terms of, let's try past year. Because when I previously did it, like the stuff that I've got currently is working. So let's see what's happening with these folks. They may have straight up just broken everything. I'd hate that, but only remaining thing that I can do there is go and see if it fails just as hard in like Reaper or worse. This is the problem with working with stuff like this. These systems, they're capable of just breaking themselves and not being interested in fixing themselves. Or the people who are putting in code, especially if like some of these people are running with like AI coding, maybe something only worked on their computer and so they just push it and everybody has to deal with it then and nobody knows what's happening. That's technically not what I am using. Problem with Ardor. Yeah, see, they're having a lot of problems. I do also have a place that I can check. Part of the challenge here is that I'm working with Pample Juice, and Sadara from Pample Juice is actually working with the juice developers themselves. and promoting their work and interacting with them, but that does likely mean that Pample Juice is tending to use the newest and freshest version, even if it is literally broken. Some of the other stuff is still working for me, so there is at least that. Huh. Oof. So part of the problem doing this kind of stuff is people expect if they're dragging plugin windows from monitors to other monitors, it'll do whatever scaling you're supposed to do, and that can be a world of hurt. So it's not necessarily easy, the situation that they're trying to deal with. It should be easy in the sense of what I'm trying to do, because what I'm trying to do is simply avoid all of that and act very normally and simply. So let's quickly have a look at what I've got going on here. I have set size. And Paint doesn't actually do any of that. And resized doesn't do any of that. That stuff's fine. So one possibility that occurs is the idea that I could have the blinking lights in there at least a little tiny bit. That's a derail from what I was talking about, but what the hey? Set resizable, look and feel, properties, update plugin size. Well now, what if we need to continue calling this? Let's see what happens. We started it, and technically it was able to start itself correctly. Then we're adding these things. Here's the constructor. And here's resized. This is the behavior that was giving me some problems. In theory, maybe we can do this. If we do this, what happens? What I'm wondering is whether maybe that's going to have it be the correct behavior now. It'd be fairly harmless if it was that. I don't understand why it would be failing to do it. But isn't it nice how quickly AIFF files load compared to some of these other ones? And boop. Now, if I click this, does it lose that play and apply business at the bottom, or does it stay the correct size? It lost it. Also, we still have that problem where it's now the resize window for the window is over the position of the resize for the thumb. So this is, it's like drawing its stuff okay, but the proper window size is not right. I'm still wondering a little bit, in the middle of doing all of this, can I make some more colors for some of these things? What if low pass wasn't purple and like high pass and low pass could all be this shade of yellow, and then these other things could be the purple, and then we wouldn't have to invent another color to do all of that. Also, smooth could be cyan because it's a time-related thing, much like attack and release are time-related things, so that kind of makes sense. I kind of like that. I don't know whether display needs to be anything special. Long as I haven't been able to fix this one thing, let's instead refocus on going and doing something else. So at least it's something. There is my cyan-related color. And smoothing gets to be also the cyan-related color because it is a time-oriented thing. Also, I feel it can be a little bit zippier than this. '72, that's a good year for music, so it can also be a good year for cyan. Don't mind me talking nonsense. Okay, so the idea was let's have yellow be about that vividness, but not quite as intensely green. Fortunately, there is an easy way to step it closer to the original yellow shade, but not by very much. Then we steal this purple shade for like, because also if I use the purple, that can be a dark enough shade of purple that it kind of goes along with black, but then I get to use black as the blinking light. If that makes any sense. Which perhaps it doesn't. I don't know. One way to find out. And then let's see about the ones that weren't being used. Guess those would be trim and display. And I'm having a little trouble remembering what I was going to do, but I kind of do. I think what I need to do is go into here. We've just updated that yellow color, and I was going to have all of the high passes and low passes be the same color because they serve kind of the same purpose of being able to narrow down the behavior. We still haven't solved the window resizing thing. I'll get back to that. I'm just derailing for my own purposes. Yep. Okay, so that's kind of neat. This would be switching the display over. I fully intend to do more with that later. The shade of cyan in smooth hits a little different when it's this large of a control rather than these small faders or the knobs. It's probably fine. But something just jumped out to me. Namely, I'm talking about taking this and setting it to black firstly, and then having it be overridden by parameters that are being updated. So it's a blinking light, because I have like color coding for blinking lights and a lot of stuff going on to make that work better. Watch this also. Oh, look, it's now separate. Check this out. We're not even sending resize events this way. I really wonder how broken this is on Reaper now. I should maybe go and find out. But the thing I was talking about was, what if the thumb here is a illuminated light? And in the pan pot, that's fine. And we can leave that as purple. We can have these be a shade of yellow, because normally if they're not in use, they're going to be pointing in opposite directions, just like that. And I got the smaller controls for the resonance beneath them, so the positions of these things kind of make sense. And in fact, it will track based on where things are. So you see this little block and this little block of controls, which could do with a little bit more adjusting and moving. That could do with being physically a little higher on the screen, I would think. But that little block sort of moves as a section. Oh, look, we've got a thing here where it's trying to draw one of the controls that belongs to Twisted Wave, but it's drawing it over the top of. See that? So that's unpleasant. I don't like that. But yeah, some of this is coming into focus. The thing I'm thinking of, however, is as follows. Ignore this for now. We can't actually click on it because it's buried beneath the interface, so we can't even use it. Everything's all broken that way. But if this was black and lit up in the color of the preset, like, and when I say that, what I mean is it can light up in red for your default behavior, but you can also tell the LEDs to be blue or green or any other color, and it will light up in that color instead if you customize it that way. Well, this is on the input stage. It happens to be bit shift gain. But nothing's stopping this from also being a peak level, a meter. And since it's in front of everything and fader is after everything, that is potentially two separate uses for blinking lights as level indicators. And this could run after the gain trim. So you'd see it there, and then if you started boosting with it, you would be able to see if you were coming in at way over 0 dB. It would light up in red, and then you'd be compressing it using threshold, and then distorting it using more or whatever. But this would show you how hot you're coming into literally everything. I'm warming to that idea. So now we've got colors assigned to literally everything, but we can override that. Even the relative sizes are working fairly well for me, because the size of the trim is a little bit larger even than the size of the output fader. And this is not to say we can't redesign this even more. Like, all this needs to be updated, to be sure. We got it all ready to go and everything, but all that needs to be updated. I'm looking over this to see whether there's anything to do with the window size. Probably not. Ooh, hello. Haha. We call update plugin size, don't we? Interesting. Well, bits. Okay, so now I'm frustrated. Now I want to go and look in this again. And let's look recent, because none of this was happening last year when I was doing it. Haha. I'm not on Windows, but this is the kind of thing. Plugin doesn't resize to Windows size. Okay, so apparently it's Fruity Loop Studio is having that on Windows. I'm having it using Twisted Wave on Mac. I will guzzle all of my coffee and launch into trying to fix this for at least another few minutes, and then I'm going to go back and do some of the other stuff I got to do. What do we got? Okay, so that's window scaling. Oh, that's old though. That's not it at all. Interesting. November 30, 2025. Bug and juice which makes my dialog window larger than the content component. That's literally what's happening to me. And September 26, also 2025. This is post me successfully building the stuff that works. Let's see what we got. Set size instead of an editor. I also have a plugin that the user can continually resize with a corner resizer. Oh, I'm not going to want to do that. Okay. Plugin calls resize view on the host interface. It'll try some sizes. It'll call on size in the editor. Huh. Okay, they don't think that it's a bug in Juice. They think it's the fault of... Dang it. Don't like that. These are not recent enough. Again, the stuff that I built in 2025 was fine. This is new. I love how these people are able to like track all of this stuff. It's definitely over my head. I'm basically just trying to find, like, did somebody burn the magic smoke and come up with the incantation for making it behave? Some people can just parse all of this stuff and be able to know what it's doing or what it's supposed to be doing. Doing this, what we see here, is essentially they're going in and reading the juice code and being able to understand it. Which is like, wow, that's a lot. And in fact, even understand it and find fault with it. I reversed the order. Gosh, does that mean there is a way that I can reverse the order of some of these things? Okay, set resizable first, then using native title bar, then using always on top. I think is what they're talking about. Well, that's plugin processor, it's editor. We go up to here. We do have a set resizable. We are not, however, doing use native title bar. Does it automatically do that if you don't tell it to? Let's find out what happens if we call this template stuff. Again, this is on the theory that maybe it's already doing this. Oh, but we don't actually have options, do we? They're doing something else. I think this is a Boolean. I think they're setting a Boolean. No, that's not a thing either, huh? Okay, well, I'm clearly out to lunch here. Even the thing that I'm trying to call is not working. Even though it thought that when it had this, it could only see that there was no options. But then once you take away options, it also doesn't know what that is. And they probably are editing the juice source. So that's not necessarily something. Oh, and here is another window size wrong from 2023. Again, well, that's not new enough, though. Here's in November 2025. I think that might be the one that I just saw. Yeah, that's the one I just saw. Huh. Well, you know what? I clearly can't call this. This is probably inside Juice itself. Although, given that that person fixed their problem by calling things in a different sequence, I'm going to find out what happens if we set resizable after having updated plugin size. What happens if we do this? All right, see you later, Chad. I'm going to be doing this for the next 4 hours or so. Hey, Grants. Yeah, I hope the heat wave isn't getting you down. This does appear to be able to build. Yeah, I've been shuffling firewood today. Yesterday, more like, not as much today. I'm going all in on getting even more firewood before the winter, because that's going to really be the big deal. Okay, so we can do this. These are now the color black, which is close to the color purple, which is what these things are set to. So that's cool. And these are going to have flashing blinking lights on them, because they're level indicators, and there's a input gain level and a fader level. So you get to see how hard you're slamming the entire plugin, including all of its dynamic stuff. And then you also get to see how loud the output is. I'll go and look up what I was doing for that. Now let's see whether this acts differently. It does not act differently at all. Not only that, we're also overlapping off the edge a little bit. It's inconvenient. And see my pointer is here, but it's resized the plugin to where the pointer isn't. Look at where the pointer sits. And now if I go here, I will not actually get the control. Instead, I get the window. And the window is not sending updates to the plugin, although I feel like... So there is a previous version that worked. Let's see what Console X2 channel does. Alrighty, so Console X2 channel, built last year, is able to do this just fine. It is also sending updates when we resize the window. It is the new version that has broken. I want it to be able to resize it like this, and then also like this. So first, I'm fed up with this. It's obviously broken. Let's see if it's broken in Reaper as well. Sure, we'll open that. Why not? It's playing over the speakers. So firstly, let's ensure that the, I'm going to go here. And then we're going to go to X2 channel. And X2 channel, it does not have additional stuff down there. And it does resize just fine. What happens when we're trying to do X3 bus? Okay, there's our new colors and things. This is going to be a blinky light. This is going to be a blinky light. Well, in Reaper, it's fine. I'm a little annoyed that I'm not able to fix it in Twisted Wave. I do get to run Twisted Wave to at least see it. Oh, Jonathan Ballot had some differences apparently, and is not commenting as much as he used to. I think he's doing his own thing, which is fine. I hope he's not uncomfortably hot. The heat is going to be a very big deal in France. Well, no, we'll be polite. With some folks like that, I honestly don't even know what they're up to. Like Jonathan told me, I don't feel I can hang out anymore. I don't see things the way that you do, but I don't know what he meant. Often that seems to be the way it goes. It's like people will be like, dude, I can't hang with you any longer. You have toxic ideas of some kind, but they won't tell me what those ideas are. They'll just be like, oh, I can't with these opinions. Sorry, I'm out. And they'll be out, but they haven't explained in detail exactly what's bothering them. Perhaps because if they did, I would get cross with them and be like, see here, and I would explain exactly how wrong they were, and who wants to sit around for that? So I kind of respect the idea of just wanting to politely be like, your opinions are annoying me, dude, I'm out. Along those lines, I don't want anybody teasing him, because he wasn't telling any of the ideas that apparently I wouldn't like. So I have no business criticizing, or I have no business jumping to conclusions over what they might have been specifically. And it's not that weird. I've seen that happen before. I had friends I used to play Minecraft with that it was like that. I don't love it, but it is what it is. Let's quit out of Reaper. I have established that the problems I'm running into in Twisted Wave are not happening in Reaper. Sure. Yeah, let's call it that. Let's call it that. He didn't like my coding style, and so he was out. And that's fine. It's not like I'm a good coder. And you must understand, people aren't always like, I behave the same way with some of my coder friends. Some of my coder friends have gone into AI coding with both feet, including ones that were initially skeptical. A lot of these guys, it's like they are in the situation where what AI currently does out there in the world basically meets all of their needs and isn't showing any of the problems other people are having. It is not like making horrible literary things or writing press releases or whatever, or responding to people as if it was a human and then annoying them. It's not making music, or if it did, they don't seem to care. All they're seeing is arguably a usable subset of what AI technology is able to do. And so when I'm interacting with folks like that, I'm just kind of buttoning my lip. I'm not really saying anything other than have fun storming the castle, guys. And doing my own thing the way that I do it, and making sure that people understand, like, I do MIT license for a reason. People can use that any way they see fit. But I'm not running around telling them, you guys are hobbling yourselves. And you're dicking everybody else over in the process, and this isn't going to end well. I'm not telling them that. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are onto the one use of this technology that's actually really going to click. I don't know. But I'm not doing that stuff. Visibly, I'm not. I'm just doing the... Not even vinegar is made with haste. Nice, like that. So let's see. The thing that I did not actually change how things were acting. So we're going to ditch that. Put it back. We can bring up some of these things, I think. I wonder how much of this needs changing. So we got plugin processor. I got plugin editor. And Airwindows UI, both of these. We'll scooch that all the way over to here. And let's see what we can get to make happen. So here's the current version of this stuff being run. I want to replace it with a variation on the original Airwindows meter. So let's explore what that was even about. Firstly, did I have the original Airwindows meter in Airwindows Console X? The answer is no, I did not. I had this instead. And again, this earlier stuff works fine. And this also has my blinking lights, although my horizontal sliders didn't look as nice as my current ones. And I'm still evolving the methods of how can I make these look nice? How can I arrange for... I am currently now wondering, could I override the width of these faders just to make them take up more space when the positioning is not as tight as this? Like if we stretch it, can I make them stretch wider? Yeah, well, this is famously Console X with all of the crazy functions and stuff on it. Did I have the bus doing? I could load from the bus, I suppose. Let's find out. Airwindows, original console X, bus. No, I did not. Also, this stuff isn't lining up properly. Look at that. If you squish it too much, things overlap the bottom edge. You gotta unsquish it. Also, this control is cutting off at the edge when I squish it this way. And the sizes of the text is all wrong and stuff, but that's fine. That's all part of getting this to work. So one of the things I was thinking about in the middle of doing all that was, what would I be looking at if we ran this like this, had the fader be a giant knob, and had pan in this stack of controls? If so, it would presumably be sitting down underneath everything, unless it wasn't, I suppose. Making it input is a blinky light, and then display is a fader. It could be purple or it could be not purple. Smooth is time related, and more is tape pack. We could label that tape pack. Or it is tape. I mean, I could label it tape pack because that's literally what it is. Juice is not doing the layout. No, I'm doing the layout. I'll show you the code in which it's doing it. So what I'm thinking about is squishing these vertically so that there's room for 5 sliders rather than 4. They're all kind of doing different things. And then sneaking pan over to here. So normally it would be sitting in the middle. And then if you were using it to position a mono thing, you go about doing this. Oh, here, let me show you. So here's the UI. And I'm overriding draw linear slider and draw rotary slider. Joy is putting it strongly. It was a royal pain in the butt, but the things I've been able to do with it have been delightful. So here is, again, seed code created by Paul Walker for the original meter. All this wild stuff is me, with a lot of support from Sudara and Pample Juice to make it work at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing with Juice at all. So what we're doing is, here is linear slider, here's rotary slider. I'm overriding what Juice normally has and doing it over again from scratch. So all these things are like Juice features, like draw ellipse. And they're making the controls out of what you see. So you've got like draw ellipse and draw this and that and the other thing. And every time it redraws, this is a flat ellipse. And then the highlighting there is a series of other lines. I can even zoom in and make it be more visible. So this black line is an ellipse. So is this one. This area is just blank space underneath the control. We're only drawing this circle with the stuff in it and this ring. It's not really a knob, it's just a ring doing the job of a knob, because you can click anywhere on the ring and it will jump around and do what you want. But then the shading, making it look like a knob, is a dark line and then a slightly paler line, and they adapt themselves to the color of the background. And that's how it's able to draw custom knobs that look like physical things, kind of, sort of. They're a little skeuomorphic, no matter what color you choose. So I just hit save. all I got to do is close it and reopen it, at which point, I don't know if it's going to remember the size. It did remember the size. It remembered the size. And as you see, we're still just drawing ellipses, but it's picked different colors to do it. So my thumb colors are these shades of brown, blue, green, red, and so on. Or when I pick black, it can't actually, you'll notice that the thumb, it's indented because my highlight is in a different place. And then the shading, where it's here for the knob part, the detent is there. And there's also a little detail that I saw fit to stick with every time it showed up. See this one? Look at where the dark part is. If you have a high enough resolution display, it draws a tiny little indentation in where the thumb is. It's like it's cut a slot around where the thumb is. And the outside edge of the thumb, between the slot and where the indentation is, the light catches it. And that was just an accident. All that was the spacing of those things going a certain way. I could fool with trying to make it even more exaggerated, but that is just a detail for people with high resolution monitors or expanding it up to a large size. It is the case for all these things. You can see it a little tiny bit on the square slider here. That's also why I have the text looking as ugly as it does. I could probably stand to make it be slightly larger though. But the reason the text looks as ugly as it does is because it's being done entirely with shading and emboss. Nothing else. So I think it's a little darker. But when you have really dark shades of interface, mostly you can only see it in terms of the emboss. So I went about doing it that way. Oh, look, now I can't control the size of it anymore. I've screwed up. Okay, that's going to be interesting. I wonder if I can ever fix this now. Challenging. Okay, we can resize that. What about... No. What about... Nope, that's still contracting it. I'm figuring out whether I can ever get this back. I may have the handle inside, exactly, Instruts, you got it. The handle inside the plugin is off the screen now, so I may never be able to resize this again. That would put a big obstacle in me being able to work with it. Can we do anything to make it behave itself? Setting it to default didn't help. Funnily enough, playing isn't giving me anything. Wonder why. Well, I've got it set through to SWB audio capture, but then maybe something else has gone off. Something is set to suppress the noise as well. Not only can we not manipulate it, but we also can't interact with it, and it can't make sound. Ooh. That said, there might be a way of dealing with it. One possibility is let's open up some other kind of thing. like just this track, see whether we can, let's instantiate it in an effect stack and see if it acts any differently. Haha. There. Having done that, because it did default settings, including default positioning, that's now the most recent size I used in Twisted Wave, which presumably means that when I open it up in the interface, now we've got it acting like it was in Twisted Wave. Cool, okay. So we got there. We got there by going to a different type of interface that allowed it to reset itself to a default positioning. So yeah. So now what I am wondering is this. Two things, actually. I'm wondering two things, because of course I am. And we're not even thinking about this resize business anymore. In Reaper, it operates normally, and that's good enough. I don't know what it did to make Twisted Wave become upset with it, but the things I'm wondering are, can I put pan as part of that set of horizontal sliders on the assumption of it's probably not something that people do very much, and it lends itself to being a horizontal slider, and that would free up the block with fader in it to be a far larger knob. And then, of course, if we are resizing, we can do all this kind of stuff. Meaning if you had a bunch of really small controls, well, guess what? We can still manipulate these. They're still workable. The other thing I was wondering is, what if you hit compression up here, and then the high pass, low pass, and then the Spanka sliders? That would end up in this configuration, or see, Twisted Wave again, or in this configuration, you would end up with this bank of sliders and then the fader, meaning that the pan slider would be directly above the fader like it is here. So I'm kind of liking the sound of that. I would also like to update my color setting to bring to the new version the ability to specify colors using hacks or something like that. Because specifying them only with juice default colors makes all of the colors that you could use always be brighter than they should be. Look at the background of Twisted Wave. Look at the background of the windows. You're not able to specify a matching color to like default dark mode Mac OS Windows. Never mind what Linux and Windows people get up to with their dark mode stuff. So this seems completely screwed up. Although, I wonder whether there could be another special case that was simply tell it to be dark mode, and it would use that exact color. It might be trickier. I'd have to look up what that would be in every single OS. Plus, I don't know whether Windows has a default dark mode or whether that's more what people do with their, like, there might be ways of matching the colors of different DAWs. It would be a complicated series of logic. let's do the bits that I can see coming. And I'll worry about that if reason comes to be worrying about that. I also gotta say, I'm noticing the problems with the text size. Text is simply not being drawn at the size I think it should be. Seems a little weird, but I didn't cause it. And at any rate, that is what we're getting. It would be a big side quest to make all the colors user configurable. That's more code than I really want to build into all of this. This is all the stuff that's user configurable at the moment. I'm contemplating having this be a thing. See, if we save that and then jump back into this stuff, we will see immediately what that is about. And I'm now wondering whether I can incorporate that into a new hack for the new version. Because in Console X, when you do an extreme tilt, you get this. And see these ones that we're looking down over the top of, they're filling the space differently, you see. And these ones that were underneath act like this. And when you make it be this exaggerated, well, it does end up looking a little funky. Oh, you don't like that? That's why I made it not be default. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, none of the X2 stuff is able to access that at all, because it is all either lined up like one by one, like this, or 2 by 2, one way or the other. So we haven't used that for a while. That was being used for the purposes of doing stuff like this when there are so damn many controls in here. So that is a user tilt level of 1. And I had it defaulting to much less than that. In fact, I think I may have had it defaulting to 0. But I was doing it this way for a reason. And like you see, we've got it so that with 1 across or 1 vertically, there is not a user tilt. 2 across or 2 vertically, there is not a user tilt. But then we start getting, and this is where I'm thinking of, I'd like to bring that user tilt back just so that these things would get stretched to take up this horizontal space. Maybe not so extremely, but then that's why I have a user control for ability to do it. Here's where we go with the crazy exaggerated user tilt. And all that's doing is allowing it to render within this space. See, we've got a very tilted, less tilted, a less tilted, and a very tilted. And as you can see, it gets to make the controls bigger while fitting in the same space. And then if we go to, see, this is the one where it's 3 wide, 4 high. So everything's tilted, so it's taking up all the space, but it's very exaggerated. I've got it cranked up as far as it will go. If we go to this, it is 4 across by 3 high. And this is acting a little funky. This is maximum stretch for this arrangement and maximum visual height for this arrangement, but because they have different purposes, it vibes weird. This is all literally the same code that's running in the current one. It's just ignoring this setting. And since it's available, I'd kind of like to incorporate it. Look, with these ones, you're looking from underneath, and it's actually rendering the edge there. It's just a trick of the light, but it's rendering the edge there like light is catching the lip under here. And looking on it from above, it's honestly not as good because we've got a white highlight poking up over the black edge there. So that's not exceptional, but this is all how that stuff is worked. And then we simplify it down to this smaller format. And we're not doing any of that, but I wouldn't mind sneaking some of it in there. So let's see. How many of these ideas are stacked up waiting to land? I was explaining what these do, and this is something where I'm going to be overriding it with something else. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is give me a second. Interesting. Is this the information I seek? It doesn't look like it. Okay, that's completely useless. That's not doing what I wanted at all. So what I'd be looking to do is be able to specify the word dark mode for this. I could even default it that way. It would probably work nicely. And then what I'd be doing is figuring out what color this is, figuring out what color macOS dark mode is. I'm sure I can look that up. They'll be close, but not necessarily the same. See, here's a little thing about how do we do dark mode on various OSs. I see a gradient here, I see black there. And this is in fact a representation of what the window for dark mode is. It's not telling me what the color is. And look, there's a different shade of dark, but this is what Android is. Here's probably the same as, yeah, this shade is probably the same as macOS. And then WhatsApp and Facebook and so on and Gmail, they all have different dark modes. At no point did any of this tell me what the hex values were for what this was. It is, however, elsewhere that I actually go and find this stuff. So It is the H file for Airwindows UI that gets me some of this. So we're looking up a series of things, and we're going to try to go and find user color. Once we've done all of these things, first we check to see whether we've got a background image. We do this, and then we do this. And where it says juice color is light gray, that is just the fallback. That is the default fall through, which I'm actually looking to override, so that'll be a thing. I wonder whether Juice has this covered. That would be exciting. I don't think they do, but all right, what options have we got? That's not going to give me anything but named colors. Cool. What are my color manipulating opportunities? Okay, what I'm looking at there is string manipulating. We don't have a juice system color. Okay, I give. I'm going to look. Well, that ain't it. It is just possible that look and feel is able to tell what system colors are. I'm quite able to construct arbitrary colors. The thing I'm wondering is, oh, and that is Stanford's copy of Juice modules, meaning this is not necessarily up to speed with what Juice is doing. I don't see anything having to do with system colors. We apparently have contrasting, but that's not helpful. Yeah, none of that's going to be helpful. Yeah, it's a pile of nonsense. It's just like, how do you turn on or off? I'm looking for what's the hex number. Well, at least I can find Apple system colors. Yeah, advertisements. Probably also that. That's their recommendation. I do not care. That is their invention. I do not care. Look at that. Look at that. None of it is this actual systems. This is a waste. That is a complete waste of time. How about this? See, what we're looking for is both Apple Human Interface Guidelines color palette, including the default window color of dark mode windows, but also the Windows variation on the same thing. Boom, got there. So system fill is looking like that's what it's going to be. It's actually quite handy that they've got so many different variations on things, but only so much because my interface elements have to be based on shadings of the system color. $78, 80, which is actually, oh look, tertiary system fill is 76, 76, 80. So there are variations on it, but they're all a little tiny bit more blue. Not much difference there. And I forget how we make colors, but I have it in the other code. Be quite funny if that was able to work, but I bet it can't. So it was plugin editor. Here's where we're actually specifying colors like this. So what we're going to do is step up to where we are generating colors from float RGBA, and then we have to translate hex to RGBA, or use Juice's technology for basically just building it. Let's find out. But it's not from float RGBA. Let's see if we can do from something else. Oh, do we not have hex? I think we don't have hex. Handy. How delightful. Well then, you know what? Let's just convert them. Other way around. Well, thanks, loads. Okay, no, it does go the other way around. That super didn't work. That absolutely did not work. Nothing happened. Wow, thanks a lot. That was not useful. Alrighty. You're 78 or 80. Wow, everything's totally useless. What the actual heck? Hang on. Can we go the opposite? 7880 is our magic number, at least this magic number. Well, alrighty then, that's about 50%. That doesn't feel like the right darkness. Also, it's not correct. It's not done it correctly. Oh, you think there might be a constructor? Ooh, Winstrats. Well, it's worth a try. Let's find out. It would be very cute if that worked. We'll find out. That's going to be a 0, I believe. Boom. And then I believe I'm going to need the A. We're typically doing RGB A. So now we've just assigned that twice. We'll see if it's able to work. If it builds, then it accepted that interest, and we'll really know if it worked if it draws it. And then we'll really know if it worked if it is an appropriate color that matches the other windows on the screen. Moment of truth. In theory, this will draw a thing. Ah, it did not. It's using the previous blue. And weirdly, now it is actually putting stuff on the outside edge, so that's funky. In before purple. Fair. Well, one possibility is it actually ARGB? There's soothing to watch me. I'm just doing stuff. Nothing wrong with the idea of that being soothing. If this is ARGB, that would explain a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because if it was fully blue, that would explain that color. Now what do we got? I bet this is going to be a gray. The question is it the correct gray? And the answer is no, it absolutely is not. See the background of this window? That's dark mode background. It's all over my screen. This is not that. So I have been lied to as to what that color actually is. But on the bright side, we've got this beginning to happen. It has overridden it with a color. It's just the wrong color. And that means what I had here before system fill is not the color I want. Light hex and dark hex my butt. That's not at all the color it's supposed to be. So Apple Human Interface Guidelines is not giving me this color in this title bar here. It's not technically that one that I'm looking for, but I'm looking for something a lot like it. So it's not going to be these. Oh, hello. No, wait, I'm just scrolling down to the bottom. This ain't it. I suppose it could be secondary or tertiary system background. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be separator. Well, looky here, we've got opaque separator. We can just try some of these and see what they give us. That was wrong, but what if this? Screenshot and use color picker would very likely work, yes. I'm basically doing it a goofy way because I started doing it this way and I'm seeing whether I can get it to do what I want. Specifically, what I'm seeing is, can I get this color reproduced by doing this? That's closer than I've had for a while. That said, it's closer than I had, but it is not this color. It's also very much not the color I see here. See these shades of color? That's actually not the grayish tone that I was expecting. It's slightly lighter than that, but I picked one of the lighter options, 3838A, opaque, so secondary or tertiary grouped system background. But it's not going to be fully grouped system background because that is jet straight black. Let's try tertiary, because we want to make it be a little darker, but not super crazy darker. I want to match this color. And it didn't really change when I closed that window, so I think it's safe to say I can go for this color and it would be correct. Might not even be the secondary, it might be the tertiary that I'm looking for here. One way to find out. And this will give me the dark mode color. That's exactly the tint it wants. So at that point, what I would do is put in a special thing for new color as a line of text. So I can call it dark mode. And if new color says dark mode, I'll just go for that. And it'll match everything else in the interface, and I can even look up what the Windows version of that would be and special case it based on what system we're on, assuming that Juice is able to figure that stuff out. I'm still a little bit surprised that it doesn't give you that color as part of the palette. But I mean, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I like the idea of designing it so that I can default it to dark mode and people are like, oh yeah, finally. That's how things are supposed to be. That said, I'm going to have light mode meter, so I'll just be irritating in a separate way then. We'll see. What do we got? entirely sure whether this is exactly the color or not. Might be. I feel like it's maybe still the tiniest bit paler. It's certainly paler than the text in this side of the window. And that's in Xcode, so that's got to count for something. Let me make some commentary. Hang on. What's up with this? Didn't I just copy the other? Oh, I was comparing against opaque separator. I bet that's what it was. Okay. So apparently group system background goes to literal black. And I'm not going to want literal black because black looks terrible. But we've got a Alrighty, let's roll. I think we got it. I think this is the color. Because that's the thing, like if you specify dark gray, Juice gives you this very pale gray. And that's absolutely not what people are going to want. Okay, that looks like the dark mode color. It's really freaking dark. But that is the same, near enough the same shade of gray as everything else. Almost to the point of being black, but it's really not. Got there. So just out of curiosity, okay, so secondary group system background, if you are doing light mode, your light mode color is more like this. Neat. So then if we build that, also macOS might be doing shading things in here somewhere as well. It's trying to layer windows. So I don't trust it to not like be fussing with the shading of all manner of things just to try to get them right. So if we were doing macOS light mode and go into a bright but macOS rather than like Airwindows background, instead of light gray, we'd get this. That's not half bad. There's just enough room for raw white as a part of a highlight. But that's basically macOS light mode interface color. Cool, cool. And we probably needn't worry with the medium. We'll just call it the full-on. So can we look up the Windows modes as well? Because that's probably got there. It's going to be these with a hint towards blue for both of them. You're a light mode believer? Fair enough. We'll have that faintly blue tinged light mode for the grays that we use. It'll be slightly better than the default light gray. And reference color shift. Do we have Windows? System colors. We have Apple. Blah. Okay, didn't need that. Okay, 61 colors, none of them say Windows in them. That's not actually going to be what I need. Personalize your colors. Nope. Okay. Oh, also, all the colors represented in system drawing color. Well, this might get me there. Or it might not. Or maybe it's a giant pile of mess. Signs point towards pile of mess. Yikes. Look at these advertisements everywhere. Oh, and it only goes as far as Windows XP. Love it. I haven't got the faintest idea which one is supposed to be what. Window. Oh, also it's just swatches. Wow. Yikes. I bet that's literally white and black. I'm going to call that kind of unhelpful. Also, note how none of these grays are actually useful grays. These are all the same kind of much brighter grays that you would get off of the juice thing. And we don't have any properly dark mode style window grays. Even this is too light. You'll notice that the Apple one was real dark. So that was unhelpful. GitHub gist, Windows system colors by OS. Okay, Windows, color the background of the client area of a window. Probably, okay. So I got to look this up. Okay, Windows 8 background of the window is FFFF. High contrast 1 also. No, that's black. That's black. That's black. High contrast white, it's white. 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 Black. So that's Windows 7. Here's Vista. Yeah, Window is behaving like it is entirely raw black or raw white. I guess I'm going to have to look elsewhere. Zune, embedded, standard, XP. I feel like something in here is going to give me the kinds of colors that people were using for doing dark mode, and also that this is such a pile of mess that nobody's really going to complain if I don't get it perfect. Yeah, it's going for raw black or raw white just about all the time. So what we're looking for is something that's the Windows equivalent of 1C, 1C, 1E. But a Windows version of that. So let's scroll right back up to the top and start looking for 1C, 1C. And what I'm shooting for here is trying to find out which of these kinds of things is giving me a dark mode color with a tint. Because there's going to be some kind of tint. And it's all going to be based around what Apple ended up doing with dark mode here. Because that gave me the general shade of dark that we're looking for. And I'm confident that a bunch of developers have found their way to this. So I'm thinking they probably found some, either everybody's making up their own variation, or somebody has found a color in here somewhere, not likely a high contrast, that's doing the job of being a good window background. And again, our target, we're looking for something around 1C, 1C, 1E. That's how I go about solving this kind of problem. Then we get to see what it looks like. It might actually be slightly lighter than that. Windows 7 is maybe too far. It might be a B or even a C. No, because that's going to be way brighter. So it might be a 2. Rather than being 1C, 1C, it might be 2 something, 2 something, and then the different gamma in Windows would cause that window color to be darker. So Aero, Classic, anything with 1C, 1C? No. No, that's all very bright. Active Caption, that's pretty dark, but that's isolated. I'm looking for something that looks like an area. Oh, okay. Desktop is a very vivid blue color, but I don't think it's going to be that. It's going to be something that's a lot closer to gray. I don't see 1C, 1C anywhere in here. Let's skip the high contrast stuff. That's going to be pure blacks all the time. Luna, okay. I'm looking for near blacks, but perhaps not too heavily tinted. Interesting. Okay. There's a desktop for Luna Silver that is the closest to a dark gray I've seen yet. Oh, 90s Pope, do you know the answer to this one then? So I feel like Luna Silver Desktop might be closer to what I'm looking for. Oh, forgot the FF. Yeah, if this is Luna's Silver Desktop color, and it's not going to be 54, 54, 53, 1. That's two different forms. That's not hex, first of all. But this is about as 58, 57, 68 is about as close as I've seen yet to what might be an appropriate background color. Got to quit out of Twisted Wave. And so that would be the Windows take on dark mode, but it does not look dark enough. That's nowhere near as dark as the macOS dark mode. So it looks basically okay, but I am not overly thrilled. So let's keep exploring. There's 1C, 1C I was looking for. XP Royale. You know, they call XP Royale with cheese in France. Royale Noir. Okay, maybe this has something. Or not. XP Zone. Oh, interesting. Okay. We have 1A, 1A, 1A. Alrighty, that's very close to 1C, 1C, 1E. Could this be the answer for the Windows dark mode color? And again, I think it'll render as slightly darker in Windows because of gamma. Okay, does that look like what Windows dark fans would be going for? It's a little bit warmer than the Apple version. It's super dark, I'll say that. That's like all of the none more dark. It's going to look pretty wild when I'm throwing a white meter at it. but I may be able to fiddle with that as well. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to rinse out my coffee cup, take a breather, and I'll be right back. I will play the track series for you. Or at least I would if it was playing. Hang on. I'm not sure quite what happened here, but if I bypass, we still don't get it. Huh. Okay. Well, let's turn SWB audio capture back on. Okay, this time it'll probably work. Well then. Didn't see that coming. Well, there's something I can do about this. I can go into OBS and I can restart this. That it's going to want, we're going to reposition that back and forth, and then that will probably make it work again. Alrighty, I'm going to go and rinse out my coffee cup, and then we'll get back to all of this. My thing makes no sound now, and that's interesting. I'm not quite sure what compression happened there. The audio code is from a version of Console X2 that is doing the job of sitting in here being this thing's materials. By the way, sorry for blasting. It looks on the output as if I've been blasting the output more than I should. So the few of you that are there, I apologize wholeheartedly. I couldn't even hear what it was doing. It's not piped through to my speakers. We'll get away from this and get back to something a little bit more normal. Let's start by trying to look up how we find out what system we're on. And I'll consider that to be good enough for Windows System Color Dark. That's close enough to what I've seen people doing. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad it didn't blow anybody's ears up. It was playing more normally before then. It was just that I had the compression engaged slightly wrongly, and by mistake we kicked in a burst of ear-destroying volume. Anyways, and apologies for anybody watching this in the future who got caught out by that. Juice show system. Well, gosh, that's not useful at all. Oh, here's Sudara. Juice tips and tricks. I bet I know how he made that image. Sudara is one of the people fooling with the AIs. I would know better than to try to do this. You don't want to be seen doing this kind of thing as a developer. Only other developers will not raise their hackles looking at it. This is the kind of imagery that will chase people away when we're talking normal people rather than devs. So maybe it's fine because this is actually on a dev's blog. But yeah, no, people will normally react, oh no, do I have to shun this person? Let's scroll it off screen real quick. And the answer would be no, but a lot of people need to pay a little attention to how this kind of stuff works. You don't want to be doing stuff like that. I'm thinking about deleting some of my videos of music that I've done simply because back in the day, I generated some imagery for the videos and slowly panned around them and stuff in that method. Not with the, I didn't do it like this. I didn't do it like make this image like you were Midjourney. No. Instead, I was doing more abstract stuff. But yeah, it makes you want to instantly close the tab. We don't do these. We don't do these. This is not what I'm looking for. This is Sudara. He writes stuff like this. He was writing stuff like this before AI was happening. So he would have written this text. It's just the image that he doesn't know how to make. Well, I've got look and feels happening. Up here. Am I doing this correctly according to Sudara? Yes. I guess set resizable you can do before look and feel. Yeah. You have to cut a little bit of a slack for some of the coders. The coders have an unusual experience with all this. They are not being inflicted with as much of the negative and toxic side of AI. Instead, they are very largely getting an experience which is like what it's supposed to be, promised to be. Although they are also starting to get charged astronomical sums for using it. And a lot of them are wealthy enough that they're not batting an eyelash, but I sure would be. People are paying hundreds of dollars to these companies just to do that kind of stuff. And they might not be even doing anything useful. I think they are. I didn't know you could do this. No, they're not. They're not getting charged the actual price. It's just closer than it used to be. They used to be getting a really sick deal for the specific purpose of hooking them in. And then it's been sneaking up, but it's still not really at the true amount. So no, they're not getting charged the actual price, but they're getting closer than they started. Yeah. Yes, it has. And you've seen this before because this is built into my stuff when I use Pample Juice. It starts out with this being here. There's a thing that you can click on which instantiates it in this rather clever way. If it was the actual price, it would be, yes. Everybody's lying to themselves about how much all this costs. Although sometimes they do useful things, like I forget exactly which, somewhere on Hacker News, they were talking about how some company or other that's involved in all this, possibly NVIDIA, was developing ways of running AI data centers without burning as much water. So, like, I guess you are grateful for small blessings, and with a bit of luck, they'll try to do that. Let's see what else we've got. I am doing all of my own widgets, so I'm correctly doing what Sidara is recommending here. And again, he will have been seeing all of this stuff. He'd be writing this stuff himself. Graphics is a whole special thing for a lot of coders. A lot of coders cannot deal with coming up with imagery. I have, in fact, written look and feels for my custom widgets. He is not actually suggesting that. Or he's suggesting I not do what I've done. Well, that's interesting. I don't... Ooh, look. I see something here. If Win32. Let's go back over here and see what we can make happen. Not there, but in the H file. There we go. Okay, I guess we actually are looking for this. Alrighty. So now this line of code is giving us, it's defaulting to a dark mode. And technically I can build that into the code that we're currently using and actually override the whole business about find color for name. Oh, do I have a better way of doing this, like an equals? Well, we could do that. Oh, and we're doing that up there, so cool. Lovely. We will literally use the same behavior. And we can do that. And we can make it be the dark mode. And then we can run whatever is in here. Otherwise, we run whatever is in here. So we only run default color if we're not doing dark mode. And if we're doing dark mode, we try to do this. And that ought to work. We could also do a variation on light mode, but I'm not entirely sure what the story about, like, yay, AI is using less water is, other than clearly that's an important thing to do, but I don't know the detail about it. Some kind of technological thing about how they're running their stuff. Something to do with 45 degrees? But it might be 45 degrees Celsius, so maybe we're talking running all of their stuff at lower voltage, or just driving it less hard so it didn't have to use as much water. I don't honestly know. Yeah, fair. I hear you. So this I can nest up a little bit just to make another thing available. We can do a dedicated light mode, which also adapts to, and I don't know what that would be in Windows land. I can make it just literally be stark white, I suppose. Horrifying, but, or we can just go to the default light gray. So if we're not in, if we're calling for a dark mode, then we go for the Mac dark mode, unless we go for the Windows dark mode. If we're not calling for dark mode, and we're explicitly calling for light mode, then we'll do another target OS check. Oh, you get Mac and also OS X. Fine. That's the logical OR. So we explicitly call for dark mode, we get it. If we're calling for a color name, new color is not going to say light mode, therefore we get it, or we get the default color. Don't mind me while I move this over to where it belongs, except for it's not letting me. So I don't know what its problem is, but we can try. You know what? I am fed up with your behavior. Why are you not letting me drag and drop? Well, we can do that two ways. One of the ways is cut and paste. Boom. And then we override this. And if we're calling for light mode, but we are on Mac, we go for Mac light mode. And then let's move these comments to where they belong. Can I drag these? No. You're supposed to be able to click on there and then drag it. And for whatever reason, Xcode is not letting me drag around sections of things, possibly because I don't have enough selected. No, now it is. Don't know what the deal was with that. And now that's fine too. And lastly, we'll go for the where it says XP Zone. And it's letting me drag that as well. Cool. Funny thing about this target business, do we have the ability to tell if the target OS is set to dark mode or light mode? That would be interesting. We get to tell whether it's OS. We get to tell what the CPU is. Target CPU MIPS. Well, that's weird. Linux. Oh, it still can target CPU 68K. That explains the difference between macOS and OS X, doesn't it? That suggests that we're able to build for pre-OS X, or at least at one point we were. Wild. And silly, because I don't believe for a second this is actually supported. Okay, OS Embedded, Driver Kit, Simulator, Mac Catalyst, more CPU, iPhone Simulator, whether it's big endian or little endian, binary data. I don't see anything related to dark mode here, which is fine. Nothing's so wrong with that. I do wonder whether I can get that. If there are macros at compile time, fair. Let's see, this is where we will be figuring some of this stuff out. There's more juice things. They're suggesting that you statically link the window runtime. I'm a little worried about that. I haven't run into any problems with people in Windows claiming issues. And so therefore, if it's not causing problems, I'm likely to leave it as it is. I don't allocate stuff in any of these calls. We're not actually doing image as member variables, so they're allocated once on open. Well, what are we in fact doing? We don't declare any images in here. Oh, hi, what's up with this? Have we done something wrong? Don't love that. Is it because I changed something in here? Well, now what's happening? I only changed stuff around here. I didn't change anything else. I've got these nested things, but what would that be causing me a problem? Oh, looky there. That's a problem. Do I have a format control in here somewhere that will make this be what it's supposed to? Edit. Edit. Format. Unlike the antique version I normally use, this does not have re-indent. That's annoying. Tell you what. How about all you literally go away and let's see whether that fixed everything. Okay, so there was the problem. I did it wrong somehow. 993.94. Oh, missing. Cool, okay, so here is the introductory curly bracket. We're not using curly brackets there. I made some progress. I just discovered that this caused a million other errors, but just because it was counting brackets wrong somehow. So let's see. So that's in there, but then this target OS business doesn't necessarily take brackets, so we're not going to run brackets there. Extra comment after member function definition. You just told me missing thing after thing. I'm trying to count them and see where they go. Oh, I think I see. Yeah, so here's your problem. If I do that, it actually goes back to there. And then we still have one of those, which goes back to there, and that now is going to be fine. Called it. Thank you, Intretz. Exactly correct. Save and build. This time it builds successfully, I believe. Now, the thing I'm wondering, firstly, is do I end up making this be a blank? And then secondly, let's see whether this bit works. We'll fire this up. Here's our default, which is nothing in here specified. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, the compiler errors become nonsense because it got confused and tried to take you literally. So here's our default look for this stuff. There's still several things which I was going to do to revise it. If we tell it to be light mode, then it's going to be macOS light mode currently. I don't know why I hit Command B. I don't actually need to rebuild that. All I have to do is reopen it, and it will automatically take on macOS light mode. That's a little bit brighter than the shade of gray that I had, but that should be the background image for if you were doing your macOS light mode. It's just a little bit darker and bluer. And then we can finally do this. And that's going to go for a dark mode that is the correct color either for macOS or for Windows. The Windows is a little darker than that. So now you can specify, you tell it dark mode and it does it. And that seems pretty cool. I'm basically good with that. I'd like to adjust some of these colors and things a bit. And there's a lot more to do. Among them, my text sizes are not correct. We'll leave that alone for now. I was going to look up whether I can find whether dark mode or light mode is engaged. That's what I was going to do. I was just looking to see whether I had juice image as member variables, but I'm pretty sure I do. Pretty sure I do. Certainly not doing that. Not worrying about that. Not doing this. Which is good, because that seems like that's a horrible hack that I should be avoiding. Sudara knows so many things. He's very good at this kind of stuff. So that's interesting. I believe I am not in fact calling repaint for any of that stuff. Sounds like what he's saying is parameter change can fire off all willy-nilly. Fair. Juice timers are cheap. Cool. Good to know. I've got some of that stuff going on. And that's the end of the list. Sudara doesn't actually look like that. He's making videos now. Interesting. Juice desktop. Well, we don't need to control any aspects. I don't need to update anything from inside here. Haha. Interesting. So now this isn't necessarily going to give the desired result, but this would be a thing. we can check to see if dark mode is active. So here, this becomes our fall through. This would be just Juice's workaround here. So here's what we can do. Let's put all of this in more brackets. If So I'm going to test to see whether I can make it be darkness. And we are indeed going to want braces here. In fact, it will probably update them for me. Just like that. So here is everything that we do if we have something in here. Oh, and look, it just threw problems immediately just because I did that. Although it'll probably go right back again. Yeah, see, it went back again. So a little more commentary, I would say. In this case, the commentary is, here's where we have anything at all showing up in Airwindows globals, and that assumes somebody has put Airwindows globals. If there is no Airwindows globals, everything falls through to defaults. This is where we're going to want to look up whether dark mode is engaged. And our fallback position there, it falls back to light gray if you've specified something, but it can't find a color for that name. Failing that, we have not specified anything. And so now we're going to do our desktop lookup thing, and we'll find out whether it works in a plugin. And that's going to involve code like this. But some of this if statement stuff is going to go away. So let's see what we got. Also, we could default to simply the Juice light gray. That's a pretty respectable light gray. The macOS light mode would make it very bright indeed, to the point where I don't know if we need to do it. If you literally specify light mode, we can go to macOS brightness, but I'm not sure that is necessarily what we want. So next thing is we've now duplicated what was already there. But we're going to have our default go to firstly taking this away. So there's our dark mode, and now instead, oh, hi. I think it just ran a thing without waiting for me. Are you still upset, or did we just fix it? We just fixed it. As soon as you pay something, it seems to try to build itself again, which is dumb, but whatever. So now we're falling back through to default. So it is this if statement that is going to be juice desktop and something. And we're going to look at what else we can do in here. Boom. It returns a bool, so we can put it in an if statement, and it is system agnostic. So we ought to be able to do that. Or not. Well, that's weird. Why can't you do that? How are you supposed to go about it? I don't care to implement a listener. It's fine. References, here's is dark mode active. That's literally what it already was. Well, that should work, but I honestly don't know why. Okay, so non-static member function without an object. Does this make it be an object? Oh, it would help if I had a... oh, it's still complaining even so. Okay, time to look up what that says. Is it going to be helpful enough to let me copy that text? Seemingly, yes. A girl among geeks. Well, that was very unhelpful. Might have known that was somebody playing some kind of con. So you need an object of that class. Well, this is probably doing something. So haha, that just changed color. Unfortunately, it's still without an object argument. Oh, and we got it changed the color, but it still didn't know what it was, so boom. Error, calling a private constructor. See, this is where we're getting into the C++ mess. I don't love it. I'll tell you that. I don't love it. Let's figure out how to invoke this. Surely somebody's doing that. There's got to be somebody doing that. Okay, here's Juice's forum. Vibrant dark mode. Well, that's weird, but okay. Oh, is there a special dark mode active? I'm looking for the generic one. Don't really need... Oh, is there no support for it's only macOS? Or is it? Well, this was 2019, so that's a bunch of years ago. Ooh, Intruts. Intruts has it, or might have it. Let's see. Nice. Okay, so you can do that. We're not quite done, but I bet I can continue to layer it like this. Could be wrong. Am wrong. Okay. So here's a start. So we've got, there's that, and then it's happy enough with this. But it's not doing anything with it, so then what? Ooh, okay. The colons were the wrong thing. Gotcha. Let's see how far we get with that. And then get instance. Indeed, we're going to do that. Cool. That's exactly right. Can probably lose this. That part ran, but now we don't know what that is. But I think you just got, thank you, Intruts. I think that made it. Let's see. I don't think I need that. Boom. Hopefully this also works for other OSs, but we're doing macOS dark mode, or we're doing light gray if nothing has been specified. So the next thing to do, after building it, oh, we've got a little error, but it has gone away. Is we get to do a little playful stuff, like no, let's be even sillier. We'll save that and fire this up. And since we're not specifying anything, first thing it's going to do is a big aggressive red colored interface. And it did not. Interesting. Now, why is this? All right, try that again. That is still light gray. Are we proving unable to do this? What's going on? Okay, it's not going to find a light mode, so this at least needs to be changed. Maybe this is a problem and new color length isn't what I think it is. But I can override this and force it to do what I want just by replacing that with like true. Firstly, let's do our default. We don't need to be doing find color for name everywhere. So new color length isn't giving me anything. But here's where it's supposed to fall through. So here's where we're going to fall through to dark mode if we're running dark mode. Currently I am, so it should engage it. And if it fails to be in dark mode, it's going to give us our light gray. That's our fall through. And this is when new color length isn't okay, so there's is dark mode. If it is not dark mode, then it's going to check to see if it is light mode. And aha, okay, good point, good point. You found what it was. It's this bit here. This is an ugly little pile of stuff, but that said, here's where that actually belongs. It needs to be there, because that's where it says it's neither called dark mode or called light mode. And if we're doing light mode, but we're not actually doing macOS, we're going to fall back to light gray. Well spotted. That's exactly what it was. So in essence, the place where it said find color for name wasn't actually being invoked properly. Oh, and I've dragged rather than copied that. Fine. We don't really have to have an expected statement. We can just have that be there. Alrighty, I do have to quit out of Twisted Wave though. I think if Twisted Wave is open, it might not be able to put the new plugin in there. So we'll try to build it. This time it'll probably work right. And it is a little spaghetti logic, but it doesn't take up that much space. I can throw some more comments in there to help. Alrighty, so now we're telling it, if I'm not mistaken, we were telling it to be, let's tell it to be red. Let's open up a file, and this time I'm confident it's going to be an ugly red. Boom. Intrex is correct in calling out that I had actually skipped over the part where it even sets. So now, in theory, we get to find out whether the length thing that I was looking for actually does what I thought it did. We'll save. Now it doesn't say red, but it doesn't say anything. Let's go to effects. So in theory, this may end up being macOS dark mode. But we'll know if that's really true by what happens if we change the OS system preferences to light mode everywhere. You know what? Twisted Wave is doing a legit light mode. Everything else turned blindingly bright. And yet we're still doing medium gray there. I'm not sure if I'm satisfied with that. First of all, let's turn it back to dark mode to not die while we figure this stuff out. There we go. I see. So if we fall through to default, here's where dark mode is not active. It's default and nothing else has been done. Oops. Don't mind me, we'll get there. Here's our brackets. We can fall through to light gray, but this is the line of code we're looking for, really. So dark mode not active, therefore we are here. That should engage macOS light mode. If we're not on Mac, we'll fall through to light gray. Technically, we could fall through to white, but that seems deeply obnoxious. And let's quit out of Twisted Wave and test our assumptions. And yeah, that was the extra check for light mode. I guess if we're on Windows doing light mode, it's going to want it to be literal white, yeah? I feel like that kind of tracks. Like on Windows, if you specify, I want light mode, surely it's going to make it be literal white. I don't know, though. That's so ugly. Let's not. Let's quickly build this and see what our spaghetti code is telling us now. New color length does appear to be functional. Oh, it became upset. Are we not happy? Did I get something wrong? No, it got things right. It was sitting there being, oh no, it's not sitting there being full of, where's your problem? Oh, there's your problem. It's doing the thing again. This is what it was doing before. But apparently not. Okay, so that wasn't its problem. Grr. Well, there's our fall through if statement. There's another else statement. There's another else statement. Honestly, I swear that this should be fine. Have I forgotten to include a semicolon somewhere that it needs one? Looks a little bit like it's got all the semicolons it needs. I'm a bit puzzled. Here's where the spaghetti code turns and bites you. So if we build, the first thing that we see is it builds and is successful. And then having done that, it immediately breaks. Why did it do that? It shows me where it's having a problem, and it's having a problem right up here. Oh, okay. I didn't do anything, it just fixed itself. Okay, so logically, if I hit build from in here after it fixed itself, build succeeded, either it will throw a million errors again or not. Signs point to not. Okay, I didn't actually change anything. It wanted me to go over to here and then like click on something somewhere. And then it resaved whatever the current state of this was. And that was all it wanted or needed. So at least we can move forwards from there. We're getting really close to taco time, I'm telling you. Would have liked to have done more with this today, but you know what? It's fine. So what's the current state of? The current state of user color is blank, as if we had no Airwindows globals. Meaning it's going for the dark mode. But then if we go through here and change everything to be light mode, in theory, rather than being light gray, we've now got macOS white. Cool, cool. Okay, I bet it's not going to change back just for me going to dark. But if I recall it, it'll be fine. And then if I put even one letter in, it's not going to find that as a color, but it's going to make it go to something. So let's see if I'm calling up, and the default I haven't found a color is in fact light gray. So cool. And of course I can specify like the watercolor image or something if I want. So I don't see how my, don't mind me, fussing with things a little bit, seeing what to do. Cool. We'll include that. That means people running a dark mode are going to get a picture that goes along with what their expectations were. That was complicated and messy, but what the hey? We got there. So I said I was going to put more comments in. So basically what this stuff does is, let's say people are used to typing a thing in, but they're trying to type in dark mode to make that happen. So failing that, if you typed in dark mode but it didn't have this, it would give you the medium gray. So here's where we get to override the system setting. If in Airwindows Global you go dark mode or light mode, it will force it to be whatever that is. And it should respect what the Windows versus Mac OS or whatever is. Kinda. It'll go for a Mac OS light mode if it's specifically on Mac, and it will go for a Windows dark mode, presumably XP Zune, if you're on Windows. Otherwise, it'll go for a Mac dark mode. And then so that's what that stuff does. And then new color length is 0. I believe I have that set up to be looking for that cape, so I'll set it like that. And even more little details. Comments everywhere to explain what all of this spaghetti code does. So I feel like having Windows and everything else be a blinding white background, if just because you're not in dark mode, seems bad. So we're going to leave it at light gray for a default color, I think. Only in macOS am I throwing the extremely blinding white. Well, I do wonder, however, whether if you're specifying light mode and you're not running macOS, does that mean you want blinding white? Anybody here who is on Windows and likes running light mode, let me know whether you'd want the background to be blinding stark white. I'm currently going for light gray, which is not nearly blinding white. And I think we got there with this stuff, which is cool. Oh, yeah, interest says yes. Yes, if you specify light mode. I mean, technically you could specify the color white. You could just say white. However, if you specify light mode, does that mean you want stuff to be as bright as possible? Namely, that. Cool, okay. All right, so then the next question is, do you figure not specifying anything and not being in dark mode can get you light gray if you've not done anything? I feel like there are people who mind pure white. I feel like that's not going to work very well for just a default case. That said, you should be able to either specify white or specify light mode. If you specify light mode, you either get the macOS version or you get stark white. We'll do it this way. So there you go. So multiple options for being able to have the bright white be extremely bright white. But I'm going to have the default go to dark mode. If you're on macOS and you're not in dark mode, it'll go to macOS white. Or should it? See, there's a thought. Like, I can specify light mode. That doesn't mean people's experience normally is I want to be blasted with the brightest possible window. Also, it'll not show up as nicely. Yeah, tell you what, all of the previous ones went to light gray. You can write light mode into Airwindows globals and get whatever that's going to be, even if it is the custom macOS version of it. But I'm going to say if you're not in dark mode, my default color should be this, meaning that goes away now. Remembering, of course, that we are going to have that meter. I may very well be able to do that by the end of the day. Depends upon how well all this goes. Still don't have any audio code. But yeah, so if somebody wants a brightest to white or a gray color, or you can do like I've been using that watercolor texture fairly often. If you specify a texture, then it will generate a color to do tints off of and use that. So it's capable of making intelligent decisions around picking a color from a graphic, no matter what the graphic is. And you get to use a graphic. But then the default light gray is what all previous Airwindows consoles defaulted to when you weren't doing anything. The only difference is now it defaults to a system-appropriate dark mode if you are already running dark mode. on the assumption that you probably like that, and it's more likely that you like that, you can always go back to the light gray by just specifying it. So yeah, cool, we got there. All of that should work. So this is interesting. I know something else is happening here. We're doing custom background. We're generating blur image. Blur image is background rescaled to a tiny size. And then we're applying it, but where? Because I know it works. What I need to know is, will we override this stuff if we have an image specified? I suppose I'm not entirely sure, but there's one quick way to find out. First, we do this. Yeah, we'll do the default if it seems appropriate. Here's our new default with nothing specified. It'll do specifically the macOS dark mode, unless you're on something that isn't macOS, in which point it will not. It's a faintly more blue. And I guess I'd better go and look it up. Gray with an E watercolor. Cool. But no OU. If it doesn't find that, it's doubtless going to go and just load the most recent default. But having now done that change, we should still be able to load the graphic. And I'm going to leave it like that for the time being, because there were a couple of more changes needing to be made. And here's one of them. I was going to make fader be the big knob and make pan be a horizontal slider, and then scooch it over so that high pass, low pass, and their resonances went immediately after the compressor. Not because that's where they go, but for visual purposes. So let's see about doing that. That lives more along the lines of here. So here's our controls and things. We are not actually setting ratio to a slider this time. But we're going to go and set something to a slider that wasn't set before, namely, and those aren't sliders either, but pan absolutely is. I don't think I need to move it elsewhere, but I feel like I can move it here. Simply because that's where it's going to do its thing. It's going to be in this block. And I'm pretty content with not trying to do sliders for any of these guys, so we're going to take these out entirely now. We're zeroing in on where things need to live. So here's paint. Paint is fine. Oh, host track name clearly doesn't need to be console H channel. Okay. Bringing chat up to where I can see it again. Global buffalo effect. All of this is doubtless still going to be fine. It's possible I don't actually need to have host track name there. And this is an interesting choice. This is straight up just drawing something there if there isn't a name. What was it even doing though? Like, was that drawing stuff on the interface? Or are we maybe not using it? Quick check and find out. So here we are with our watercolor effect and stuff. And is it drawing? It is not. So we've got console X3 bus drawn here, but it's not actually being drawn in the place where track name would go. Also, you see, we've now got a slider for this, but then it needs to move to be here. And this stuff is going to shift around. Let's do it. So this becomes a 5. And it's no longer the dynamics bank because the dynamics is a different thing now. So we're going to need a C5Y. So these are pretty close to divvied up by 4, right? So it went from very nearly 0 to very nearly 1/4, 1/2, and then 3/4. So rather than having that divided by 4, and we can deal with squinching them in a little bit more, I'm still contemplating the idea of straight up drawing a rectangle when this is being done, but drawing a embossed rectangle around this area to highlight it. But divvying things by 4 goes more like this. That doesn't mean this is the correct answer, but it will squish these into 5 chunks rather than 4. You know what? I believe I can also edit these in place. That'll simplify matters a little bit. Should be still good. We can also step things in using this. Ooh, and slider H is going to go from 0.25 to 0.2. Boom. Nailed it. Meaning here's where we start editing all of our slider positions. So it's going to act kind of like this. So let's do it like this. More knob and then pan knob. And then C5Y. And that ought to nail it. In fact, I think I can leave the other stuff. It has to count from C1 to C4 and already does. So that suggests I can copy this and just straight up post it everywhere it exists, which is not the final position for it, but one thing at a time. He says, even though I never do anything one thing at a time. Looks like I got 10 minutes before thawing things out for tacos. Gotta always think in terms of the tacos. Craving those tacos. I will have earned my keep today as well, I believe. If only for the dark mode thing. That seems like a cool upgrade. I'm looking forward to putting that into action. Seeing whether people enjoy it. Because not everybody, most people are not going to be defining Airwindows globals. So I think this is a step in the direction of what people would actually want. And now we fail to place pan knob in any of these places. And then we're going to define the full size knob somewhere. Mouse work, dang it. Because we can't very well go placing it multiple places at once. Okay, I'll allow it. All right, let's see if we made our bank of 5 things. Do we have our bank of 5 things? We do. They are a little stretched out. And we haven't got the full-size fader yet. And it'll come in handy because it has a blinky light to go with it. Oh, and this has gone wrong. Now, what caused that? Was it because I was using one of those positions It was. It was. I'm using more for the position of this, and that's no good. That requires immediate fixing. So I think that's going to be consistent wherever I find it. And HBQ is where we find that. So and slider H is the thing that changed. And the Y positions are still accurate. But since we're using slider H, it made them tinier. And that's because the Y positioning got tinier. I don't understand why it's offset the way that it was. AY and A2Y. But I do know that I don't want to use slider H for that. So let's see what we get if we just go back to So if I scroll down and I find all of these, oh, hello. Okay, slider H was 0.25. I changed it to 0.2. Mid knob is close to 0.5. That's a little bit too big, but I do have triple knob available. And it's a little smaller even than little knob. It's not quite as small as slider H, but still, I think we might be looking at an appropriate. And of course, this is not setting the size of the knob, but it is setting the size of the vertical space it can fit in, which is starting at py times a2y. And so therefore, that's where, what even is a2y? Oh, and a2y is c4y. There's your problem. Okay. And C4Y changed from 0.75 to 0.6, so that's really what happened to that. Also, that whole business was going to move. So maybe we shift this up a hair. So it starts at 0.2. And then let's see what we get when we've set that position. Let's tighten up this space. Let's use triple knob for the size of that one. It should literally make it be that appropriate size. And I like the idea that they're match sizes. It's like they're the same knob rather than everything being slightly different sizes. And then here's, like it says, medium knob or triple knob. And then where we say slider H, we replace that with triple knob. That is actually the correct place for that, but then here's where we don't want to be using it. This is where it gets tricky defining things by other things. And then lastly, we got one thing remaining, which might not actually be available right now, but I have code that had this. Maybe this is a fine time to go and look for that code. Well, hang on. Did I have it in recent? Recent console X3 bus. Plug-in processor, no, it's going to be editor I'm looking for, but not an X3 bus. It's going to be an X2 or console X itself. Well, here's console X itself. See this much more complicated pile of mess? Did I have huge knob defined here? Signs point to no. I think I must have come up with that later. All right, so open recent, looking for plugin editor CPP, but out of one of the other ones, for instance, console H would also do. And I can always go and search of it if I have to. I thought I would, oh, no, that's plugin processor. Where's editor H for console X2? Recent folders? Nah. Let's go to that folder and open it from here. So, H channel, source, editor C. Okay, so that was cumbersome as anything, but I think I got there. There's a lot to it, but here's what I was looking for. As for single knob, boop. And I have something, yeah, float huge knob, 0.81. Could actually go bigger than that, but we'll see. And here's where we place huge knob. And technically, I can probably dig up no, I guess that's not the most convenient way of doing it, is it? I've defined that, but then I've got a pan fader block, so never mind. But I do have these now. So what we can do is just go through here and find where it says fade knob. That becomes huge knob. And this positioning becomes S1X and S1Y. And then I can just copy this everywhere it goes. So the thing that's going to become amusing is when I start instantiating panel tilt for filling up additional space. I might try to do that before the end of the day. But here's where we start. Let's make that 0.9. And these can be 0.05. They'll just neatly fill up. Oh, oops. We'll save that from there. And then I'm going to jump in and we'll maybe copy only just this area. And technically it does not have to be the size I've made it, but I've just exaggerated how big it was so that we can see whether it looks nice with a unreasonably large knob. And yeah, and now it's time for me to thaw out some cheese. So what we'll do is get this going and then play something through it. Like the initial one, the rather chill initial effect, Stratus. Lovely. There we go. So the positioning of these is not as great as they could be. I'm not entirely happy with that, but I'll fiddle with it and make it better. And these are now what they're supposed to do. Slight impediment in that this text is so small it's covered over by pan at its default setting. But we'll notice when we do go for the vertical one, when we do the high pass, low pass business and move that up to underneath here, then pan will end up sitting directly over fader. And fader is pretty close to being centered. Still not behaving as nicely as I would enjoy, but that's, if not fine, then it's whatever, it's doing its best. Clearly needs a little bit of fiddling. Things are not really centered and positioned appropriately. But that, oh, hang on. So I guess I'm still fiddling then. Let's see about that. Without changing any of that stuff, let's see what we get if our offset was 0.1 there and 0.1 there, which is taking up all of the space. And then huge knob is currently at 0.9, but if that's a little excessive, we could have it be like 87 maybe. The 5 slider bank is sort of okay, but I'm going to nudge it. .05. The opposite of that. 575. Oh wait, hang on. No, it's this one that wants to be that. That one still might be slightly more centered. Although, okay, so first of all, that's what's going to get me into the correct zone. Why do I have... I made them converge around the middle, but why is it doing what it's doing? If the vertical spacing of it is 0.2, so maybe we goose the vertical spacing a little bit while we're at it. 3. Let's also tighten up the slider width. And then nudge this way and see where we got. I'm not quite done, but there is a little more here than was before. I think I could do with making there be an alternate triple knob that is even smaller. Haven't decided. Anyways, like my job at the moment is to get this running, play some sound, go off and start dealing with my tacos. So let's not get too distracted. I just did a whole nother little bug remedy phase, which technically was unnecessary because all it was doing was trying to show this. And we do have it placing these things in the middle, although my positioning of my sliders is not optimal in that they are stretching out too far along this side. See, we can squeeze them down by making things really narrow. Arguably, we don't want to do it quite that much. But then as we stretch them out, there's more space on this side than there is on that side. So that looks to be yet another fool with the controls to get it to work a little better. So 2 changes there. Here's one of them. 5 slider bank. This is the horizontal offset. So that scooches over like so. And in fact, we can even tighten it up a little bit more. And then the 1 slider is using the position of that other slider. I don't remember whether my huge knob positioning is correct. Let's bring it a little, and then what was the remaining thing that I was looking for? Also, why are these out of order? I remember now that the smaller knobs are a little too far down. I promise I'm going to go and thaw out that cheese in a moment. You know how this rolls. If I'm pretty sure I know the next right thing to do, I'm kind of going to be compelled to rush off and do it, even if I am starving and my stomach is rumbling, which it is. Okay. That looks a lot better, although it's still bad practice to try to make things be this smushed. But one of the things that's meant to happen here, see, I can do a little bit more tweaking with both of these. Look at that. They're lined up just about perfectly. Except against everything else. Oh, but I can't. I got to do this next thing. So now the slider start position and the fader start position has to be scooched just a tiny bit to the side, and then it will be perfect, I tell you. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So let's see. Slider bank. .8, and the single knob is also got to scooch over that much more. So what if that is actually 9? And that is actually, I don't know, 7? Those are the 2 controls to nudge. What we're doing is we're trying to make it so that when you put it to an unreasonably restricted size, it lines up. That's why I've got it set up so that I can set it to unreasonable window sizes. It helps me dial in stuff like that. Boom. Those look like they are basically in the middle. And that's what I was hoping to see. These are overlapping each other a little bit, but that is partly because our settings are a little goofy here. Still got to shuffle these so that this bank moves up a hair and this bank moves down to just below the fader. Also, the fader can step downwards a little, but you know what? We can at least hit play. into the fader. Okay, my apologies again. I'm glad that it's a good tune because it shouldn't have been that loud. I guess that is a testament to whatever the hell it was in there, probably console X2 bus or possibly console X2 channel or whatever the hell it is, that it stood up to being cranked that hard without being that appalling. I guess you just were driven upon the tender mercies of the volume control once more. Sorry. Screwing up right and left. But it's for a good cause. There's a good cause in there somewhere, I promise. So there were a number of experiments to do here. I know one of the things I had my heart set on was trying to get Airwindows meter to be like the correct version. So here's what we're going to do. Let's see how close I can get by simply straight up taking the version from meter and using that. This is the version from X2. No worries. Well, fair enough. Yeah, my apologies. I showed you Livin' La Vida Loca, so people used to do that on purpose. Compared to that, what I just did wasn't all that extreme. I'm still looking forward to when I keep forgetting I have not updated the audio code on this at all. Not in the slightest. And that's coming. I might be putting in work on this on my own. I mean, I've been really busy doing things like dealing with the books I was cleaning up, and on top of that, I am still moving those up into the drum room and putting them on the shelves that used to have all manner of crap on them. And I'm filling those shelves in with books, which is going to help the sound of the drum room and empty it out a little bit. And I'm in the middle of doing all that. So that's cool in its way. What am I looking at? UI, CPP, or... yeah. I'm going to be wanting to open both, I think, though. So... we are literally replacing it with everything from in here unaltered for the moment. And then I'm going to see what it does. That goes right from the top to the very bottom. It's going to include the letters, but the letters are going to be one of the first things to go. Copy. And a big old paste right in the middle of this. Ooh, we don't have bright peaks. Well, there is something I can do about that. Airwindows UI is also going to have stuff there. Let's go and find it. So here's where some other stuff lives, including things that I'm going to be fiddling with soon enough. Maybe I can get the blinky lights to go. I may be able to get the blinky lights to go today. So here's Airwindows UI H. And sure enough, looks about the same. Not as advanced though. But then this is now where things get a little more interesting. And I feel like maybe do I have an update on this? I think maybe I've got an update on this. But regardless, this is the bit that's going to fix things for me. So here's where this part lives from. That stuff is gonna... I'm trying to figure out whether I can straight up just comment a bunch of this out or not. I feel like maybe not. It's not as much as I'd hoped. Some of this is going to be the same though. So for starters, let's copy this, because this goes there. Then some of this other stuff is the same. We're using an unsigned long for this. I don't remember why. But now we've got a bunch of other stuff in here before we get to some of these things. So let's go right down to here. It says push A and so on, and that stuff was contained in the existing one. So, and we're not actually going to have to include these things, are we? So back up to here, copy that, paste these things between here and here. And that should produce the guts of the Airwindows meter, including everything that I'm not going to keep. And then having done that, we've got a reset arrays function. And that does exist. But there's a lot more to it than that. And here is a giant pile of mess, including a peak meter tracking thing, which probably doesn't continue. And then unsigned long, count data points, count through all the points in the array, and there's stuff to add there as well. But here we're just going to do that. And then we find this stuff in here, and we're going to reset that, and then we're going to stick it in this bit. And that ought to cover the differences between these things, up to and including these missing things. And now we're going to see what it did. Why does it still say set color? Oh, it's set color black because it's not actually blanking. It blanked up here. All right. So this might not act at all the way I expect, but I have a rough idea of the process I can go through getting it to work. Stratos. And bada boom. It looks very much like I've got it clipped to whatever size it needs to be. Now, I don't know why I'm not able to control the volume of everything the way I'd like to. And that makes me kind of sad. Maybe if I pad it in OBS. Yeah, let's try that. I am padding it in OBS. Let's see if it pads. It does. Maybe it's simply the matter of fader is expecting to be at 0.5 and the new one goes to 1. That might be it. Ooh, and if we turn the compressor on, it immediately stops. Probably because I have a different number of controls in there, or they're applying to something that they aren't expecting to apply to. Fan works though. So we have a visible display of this. It's doing its compressing in this way. And then we basically end up having to make it huge in order to fit the other stuff on there. That is technically not what I'm intending. I don't plan to use dbtoh's class. I 100% don't expect to do that. Let's see. So we've currently got this drawing in such a way where it's not resizing, but it is drawing the entire Airwindows meter as expected. So the idea here is to go through and remove a bunch of this visual noise, but have it draw so that if you have display set here, it draws only peaks and positions that according to the size of the meter, expecting it to be going around going to a height of 200 and scaling and moving it that way. If you set it to the middle, it shows you slew instead of peaks. And if you set it to hard right, it shows you zero cross instead of slew or peaks. Right now it's drawing all of them. And I do believe it's drawing them correctly. And based on what the frequencies are doing. Also, we can hype up the highs so the EQ is functioning. You can dial it up as needed. So this stuff still ain't working right because these guys need to move a little bit higher up. And fader could do with moving a little bit lower down, I think. It's not bad, but it doesn't go down as low as these controls do. Okay, so high pass and low pass move up, and fader moves down. And then we can get back to this other stuff. So plug in editor. Did I say fader moves down? I think I did. It can move down by that much. And then for the medium knobs in a box, except for not really medium knobs, are they? And we can start those off at 0.5, I think. And And then here's where those 4 knobs vertically start. So we'll move them up a hair. That's probably getting into the zone. And never did get around to drawing the bevel effect. That might be a good thing. I got a little tiny bit less than half an hour of stream. So my head is partially wondering whether I can start moving into getting the sound there, because currently we don't, and it's showing more and more. The other thing I'm wondering is whether I can do something with this panel tilt business. What would happen if I did? I mean, as silly as it is, I'm warming to the idea of finishing off the stream by just derping around with panel tilt rather than doing anything useful. I've got a working version of original Airwindows meter in there running in the space to which I've assigned it. It's not scaling, and it makes me wonder whether there's a way that I could make it scale. Because you see, here we are with the code for the original Airwindows meter, but I've still got the other code sitting there commented out. And you know, there's good reason for that. The other code scales everything by VS. So I'd kind of be going through and scaling everything vertically by this. Everything else stays the same. And including the placement of every dot. See? Every little thing that it does is placed in this way. So I'd be wanting to keep whatever else, but then all this vertical stuff is getting scaled. Everything gets scaled by VS, by vertical scale. And all these drawings of text and stuff. But then I would be swapping out these sections, like the drawing the dots on the meters. Here's the main section. These things only get drawn as needed, and a bunch of them don't get drawn at all. Like, for instance, I can go and find some of that stuff. Those things would only get drawn as needed. And then we don't actually draw the color chart. So we lose those right away. Anything larger than 200 will end up getting moved up. And everything else basically stays as it is. But yeah, so like this and this and this. No border with slew meter. No border with 0 cross meter. No border with the chart thing, because the chart thing stops even being a thing. So a bunch of these names go away. A bunch of these labels go away. Background that will be a chart extends only to chart goes away. I'm not sure what color 31, 31, 32 is. Oh, I know. That stuff goes away. In fact, I'm so sure of that that what I can do is literally delete all of these things while I go. I realized I said I was going to go and do something else. Don't care. You can lose that. We can lose that. Many of these things are going to be moved, but I'm not doing that immediately. See, instead of 205, it's going to be 5. Instead of 305, it's going to be, or 3, technically. Technically, that would be 3 rather than 5. And maybe the reason it's being positioned that way is because these are also vertically squished. So they're going to, the extent that they stretch is going to be doubled. But then, let's see. And we're going to draw them based on we're going to lose that stuff. And we're going to lose this stuff. And we're going to lose that stuff. All of those things. Because we're not drawing those borders. But we're going to have something related to the variable display that is one of the controls. And it's going to read that and choose which of these things. And slew probably won't have dB markings on there. Slew's going to be just kind of more blank. And then 0 cross gets the Hertz markings on it. And I may end up with more drawings for peaks and such. Not that super worried about it. In fact, I have new drawings for all of these things in the more new version, which was all colorful and stuff. Bits of this still work. Bunches of this have to, oh, and we don't need the bright peaks business and such either. We get to lose some of that. So let's skip down. It's going to be drawing a bunch of these things, but a bunch of this stuff doesn't end up being a thing. So let's immediately lose this. Whoop. Whoa down there, hussy. That is a case statement. I have included the bracket that it requires. And then we're going to lose the entire section down here. That's that color thing, which isn't going to be relevant anymore. What's actually happening here? Let's see if it can run without this. And okay, so we got slew dots, and presumably we've got zero cross dots. Does it build? If it does build, what does it do? So I see where 0.5 Fs are. That would be the way that I'm scaling it. And then this 298 or 300 or whatever is how I'm placing those things. Let's see whether it runs. I think the same deal with this. Let's see what it made. Okay. So there's that stuff. We can boost the level. We can boost slew quite a lot like this. And I should be able to see where it's no longer drawing the colored area. Yep, we're no longer drawing a colored area. So this is getting to be in the zone. Closer than I thought I was going to get. So maybe what I can do, if I have a display control, or can make one, or can send information back in. So we just got rid of a bunch of stuff. If we zoom down to here, we might be able to see which things aren't actually being used any longer. That said, I could also not bother with that right now. Much of this is not getting used. Okay, so let's see. What was I doing? So I need to be able to send the value of display into this area, but I don't think I can directly read it here. Let's maybe fool with some of this stuff while we're at it. Because I might be able to get blinky lights before I'm done. I think it is supporting them. And it's certainly supporting all of this just fine, as it should. It ought to be able to support that. What else are we sending? Are we sending anything useful? Here we are. So bar display section. We're sending some information in here. Some of this we don't touch because it's like the zero crosses and things. Some of it, on the other hand, see, bar display section looks to be directly my metering stuff. But I do have the capacity for sending what the blinking lights is. And maybe that's down here. Bar display, so this is recording the information that's going to become relevant information. But this, we're pushing things like max comp, max gate, max attack, max release. What I'm looking to do, however, is replace that. But without doing that, I might be able to get something to happen. That is always, of course, the hope. The hope is, let's get something to happen. I've got some things happening. There's that. I don't know if I have enough happening. I'm not happy with how many things I have happening. And of course, one of the things I was trying to send in, so now I'm wondering, maybe we just replace these things now. Can I rename? Okay, it found it in a couple of different places. Cool, 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 cool. Good enough. We'll call that one blinking input. I'm happy it's able to do that. That makes it a little bit better. There have been times when I was not very happy with this capacity, but it's at least able to find things in multiple files, and that's handy. We'll call that one blinking output, and then doesn't actually count as a blinking, but we'll kind of use the same language. Blinking display. And then we'll leave blinking alone for blinking release. So this should still be functioning the way that it did before. Oh, what the hell, let me do something with it, even though we're... There you are, Monty Python reference. Then we scan up a little bit? Maybe it's here we gotta look in. Yeah, I bet it is. No, it's gonna be plugin editor. Here we go. Alrighty, so. And that stuff's been commented out, so it didn't get updated, did it? Well then, we'll just do it the hard way. One thing about it is easy enough to see where the things were. And then lastly, should be able to make something visible happen here. It's going to be in plugin processor, but not there. Ooh, these need updating. So what if we go and find where those are declared? Can you do the same thing? Yes, you can. Good, baby, there we go. Underscore. Good, baby, it found where it needed to find things. Boom, another rename. Or at least we can but try. There you go. And then we're technically not taking those, but what I can do is rename this one so that we can use it for the display. Come on. There you go. Because we gotta feed the control information into this other area where it's not talking to the control information. We're like feeding things back and forth between interface and audio stream. And then lastly, let's do this one, but maybe not with the, oh. Come on. I know it's going to get silly. I don't care. Bada boom. Whoa. So now if we do this, maybe we can not use these values, but instead something else. Not going to want to use comp and gate. Let's try this. It's not really going to be correct, but we can but try. Oh, look at me missing a letter. And then I gotta go up here to where it says display. Oh, also we've got 2 whole instances of that, so I kind of gotta go and do that twice. Input and output, there should be represented twice. Yep. And then here's where I would be replacing max attack with a control that I get to read from here. But I'm not going to do that right this instant. What I'm going to do instead is see whether I have my blinking lights blinking. And if so, we're going to call it a day, because I'm like right up against 5. Let's open a different track. This one's a little punchier. And we have knobs. But do we have blinking controls? We have blinking controls. Technically, they are left and right. Alrighty, so all that was a lot, but good enough, I guess. I still got to get blinking display to be reading, and I suppose we could do it like this. Probably fine. I've got to make max attack follow the control that is display. And that can be defined up thread. I just have to remember to do it in both of the instances, both in the float and in the double processing section. So I got to keep doing that. I got to keep building, making these things match exactly. And then I'm going to end up replacing this audio code with completely other audio code while trying to hang on to the graphics driving stuff. And the reason I have to pass through display in this parameter that's currently called max attack is because that needs to be a switch that the UI element does. I also don't know if I do that whether it will make the entire screen be replaced with the other kind, or whether it will just start drawing the new thing as it sweeps across. I think I'd be willing to live with either way, because if it replaces everything directly, then it's going to look cleaner and crisper. But then if it just starts drawing the new stuff as it goes, that means it's processing more efficiently. And I could go with either way. But as much as this is left in a deeply unfinished state, we did get a whole bunch done. I got a dark mode, including sensing what the user is using, implemented. I did some more tweaking of the controls, although not all of them, and I might not be quite satisfied leaving it as that. I had my heart set on seeing what this one section would look like. And it seems so easy to do that I'm kind of losing my mind, being like, why can't I do this thing? Why can't I skip to this bit and then just update these until the blocks are where they are belonging? Because this is about the blocks being in the appropriate places. So when I say blocks, what do I mean? Let's see if I can do this in under a minute. You know I'm always doing this. I'm never done. I'm never satisfied. I simply move this. Watch as I can't actually select it and move it. This is with me trying so hard to do a particular thing and then it simply refuses to do it. What am I supposed to do with that? It is intentionally messing with me now. And same deal, I wonder if I'll be able to drag it this time. This time I don't even need to retype anything. Well, looky there. But can we do it again? Let's have that be a little bit more tidy. Up the time it didn't want to go. These ones are being done in such a way that I don't actually need to retype anything, but I do need to copy and paste it apparently, so fine. Boop. And let's space things appropriately. See, it says offset x plus equals px between each of those. That's the part that matters. Am I going to be able to drag and drop this, or is it going to get in my way? And build. And what I should get now, it took me a couple of minutes. I said it was only going to take 1 minute. I was like, I have my heart set at doing this at the last possible moment. And indeed, I have attempted to do it. And what it is that I did was rearrange these. Slew doesn't currently do anything. It'll be swapping this stuff around, and this will be stretched to fit appropriately. But if we go like this, now we've got the compression, and then the high pass and low pass, and then the little bank of additional sliders, and then fader. Fader does appear to be centered, so that looks nice. If we do it vertically, same deal. Filters, compression, then the high pass and low pass, standing kind of distinctly alone, and then the little bank of things with pan on the bottom, and then fader. If we do them in sections, the sections work much the same way. I'm still looking to stretch these things, have them go for one of those funny looking like tilt-oriented things. Perhaps in this orientation, it would be with the ones on the top you're under and the ones on the bottom you're over. And with this, it would be probably a combination of those things, if that. And with that, they're probably all going to be flat. But this is the thing I was talking about. This is the thing I wanted to do. And we get to make a lovely big control surface with all of these things handy and available, or positioned however it is that you like. It's just a question of whether I can finagle the behavior and whether if I do that it looks any good or whether it just looks dumb. Because see, it looks basically okay like that, but then if it's like this, everything looks like it could be stretched out sideways. And what if I was able to pull that off? Maybe that'd be neat. I guess we'll find out. For now, we got there, so good night, Grens. And I'm going to close chat now. And it's only 5:08, so I only ran 10 minutes over, which is being good for me. I have been well behaved today. I didn't misbehave hardly at all. Just all I did was I ran over a little bit, and I also called variables extremely silly names. But this is a silly place. And some of my variables are named Sir not appearing in this film now. You got to amuse yourself somehow. I will talk to you all later. Bye-bye.